What is up, Warriors? Welcome to the Mother Effin' Show. Thank you all for tuning in. We're going to get started at 8 p.m. Eastern time. 8 p.m. Eastern, Brian. We thought about it at the same time. Today is going to be about not giving a darn about all that noise. Yeah, the Fed's always talking about something. Interest rates going up, going down, inflation. It's always going to happen. But the beauty of the option strategies we will be teaching you today are that they work whether the market's going up, down, sideways, or doing a little curly Q like one of those straws you got when you were a kid. Give me a 1 in the chat if you ever use one of those twisty straws. You know, drink some chocolate milk with the twisty straws. Let me guess. Nick has been detained. No, we let him out of his box. Just for this. All right, guys. Remember that during this session, your participation will be rewarded. Smash that like. That's the first thing. And then we will rain gifts upon you. T-shirts, hats, jackets. Maybe a fanny pack or two. Hey, Swift, you're on the show. Look at that. You're officially on the show. Crypto, thank you. All caps. I want you to... Here's what I want you to do. If you're watching on your phone, just look at it and then take your... in one hand, hold one hand, and look at your phone real intent. Like you're either about to fight it or give it a kiss. And then take your other hand and stick your finger out. But real rigid. Like imagine your finger, you could poke right through a glass with it. And I want you to direct that finger at your phone. And like a sniper, SEAL Team 6 that like button. One shot, one kill. Hit that like button. Where's it going? Just hit the like, ego. Byron, what's up? What's up? What's up? Something is not adding up. Crypto WAP. You don't need to be a math genius to trade successfully. But something's not right here, guys. Smash that like. Prizes all around. All right, guys. Remember, I'm going to be here to help you out. We got Rodrigo in the house. You all should know him. Is this audio only? No, there's fire in the background. You guys can see the fire, right? Took me a while to make that. No, Nick's gonna come on. We're gonna go over technicals, look at the charts, explain how you can. That's a little funky little music here. We're wrong with it. Explain how to use technicals and events in the news, such as SEC filings and things like that. so that you can set up trades that work in any market. The core here with this options trading strategy is it's all about making income. So this is a 365 kind of thing. This isn't, oh, the market's, I'm sitting on my hands today. No, it's the market's going choppy today, so I'm going to find an opportunity that works in a choppy market. Oh, we're in a bear market, so I can't trade. I got to sit and wait for the next GameStop to happen. No, we're going to teach you how to short stuff real easy, like, and limit your risk. Yeah, you guys want Ami, you kind of, I imagine you sounding like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings, sort of like Gollum. Y'all want good contents, but not even hit the like button. Come on, people. I'm driving. Will this be available after Jose? At least until midnight. At least until midnight. What are you doing? Putting comments on here while you're driving, Jose? The warrior code is always safety first, okay? Hey, Russ here. Listen, you got a great golf swing. I'm going to give you that. But saying there will be no next GameStop, let me tell you something. There's always a GameStop. That's how markets work. This is getting funky. I want to get back to my Game of Thrones stuff. Caught in 4K. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm working on a thing. I'm trying to get this done. We just got to get it through legal, but I'm trying to work it out so that all of Nick's members can be in a constant giveaway to get a Tesla for like once we hit more members. So that's something to think about. Oh, there is only one GameStop. Fair enough, Russ. Fair enough. Great golf swings. Still recognizing that golf swing. How far can you drive, Russ? Let us know. I try to sell short and no shares gets rejected. Wait, what? Hurts that. I try to sell short and no shares gets rejected. Are you trying to short sell? We're not going to talk about short selling. We're going to talk about using puts to go short. Haha, Russ. That's better. Hey, that's better than me, bud. I can do like 175. It's the highest I've ever gotten at Topgolf. All right, guys. How are we doing on the likes? Let me take a look. My analytical dashboard here. Ooh, we're getting close, guys. We're not doing bad. Yeah. Jeffrey, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe it's just the way you're reading them. Okay, guys, keep hitting that like button. Get it up. Will this Cisco still driving? Yes, we'll try to make it available for you, for your safety. Smash that like button. We've got strategies coming up. Little market overview, some stock picks, some setups. But ultimately, getting your questions answered. So use this time well. All right, traders, we're doing a quiz. Get your phone out, aim it at your screen. Look at that QR code to start taking the quiz. We're going to test your knowledge on the basics of options, the basics of technical analysis, chart patterns, all that fun stuff, and some basic terminology, keyword basic. All right, give me a 1 in chat when you're ready to take this quiz. When you're ready to do a little trading trivia. I'll also drop a link. Here, try this. Use that link. All right. Did the link work? Let me know yes or no in chat if the link worked. Yes or no. Okay. Not active. How about now? Oh, that's not the link I wanted to give you.
Neil's going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just having a little bit of technical difficulties. He's right back here, guys.
Oh, it's working. I can see your guys' answers coming in. It actually wasn't the tech. I just was looking for the tab and I X'd out of my window. Options contracts can be written on what type of asset? Wait, why is it not? Okay, there we go. Any kind of underlying asset. Is the correct answer. An in the money blank option means the option holder has the opportunity to buy the security below its current market price. The opportunity to buy the security below its current market price. Ooh. It's a call, guys. AJ, we've all been there. There have been many times when I was options trading and I accidentally bought a put or a call when I meant to do the other one. Name this chart pattern. I'll pick up the pace, Jay. Jeez. Did we hit 100 likes? All right, we hit 100 likes. All right, I'm going to start raining gifts on you in a moment. Our next goal is 200 concurrent viewers. Share the video if you want to get there. Put it in your Facebook, put it on your Twitter, share it with a friend. 200 viewers will unlock the next goal. Boom, it's a head and shoulders. Good job, guys. Very good job. Bearish pattern. That's right, Jay. A blank is a type of trader who executes a relatively large volume of short and long trades to capitalize on intraday market price action. Oof. What kind of trader is that? Yes, everyone listen to Swing. Why are you guys spoiling the answers by putting them in the chat? Still got some answers coming in. I'll wait. No, ego, no. Look at the QR code. I'll try to get you the link. There we go. There's the link. That's a day trader. The blank is a chart pattern that is a bullish signal in which a relatively short-term moving average crosses above a long-term moving average. Relative strength index, golden cross, the moving average convergence divergence, or MACD, or the bellwether cross. Ooh. Jay, knock it off. Use the link. Scroll up and click the link. Don't use the QR code. Use the link in chat. Jeffrey, my man. There we go. We get up to 200 concurrent viewers. I unlock the next gift. You guys ready? Give me a 1 if you're ready for the answer. Couple people still not ready yet. All right. Golden cross, guys. Short-term moving average crossing above a long-term moving average. That's going to be a golden cross. That's a 50-day moving average crossing above the 200-day moving average. Investors often see this as an indication of an upward trend about to happen. About to happen, guys. Just over half of you got that right. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Stay tuned. I'm about to drop that next gift on you, or that first gift on you for getting the likes up to 100. We're at 164 concurrent viewers across platforms. On YouTube, we're at 161, guys. 40 more viewers. Share this video. Get it out there. Put it on your Facebook, wherever the heck people congregate. Share it with that little group chat that you got with your college friends. Get them in. Get up to 200. Start showering more gifts. All right, next question. A daily chart of a stock closed yesterday at $7. Today it opened at 13 and then closed at 11. All right, so today it opened at 13, closed down at 11. Based on this information, today's candle should be green or red. Crypto Wop, you are a real one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep it up. Hey, don't shout the answer out in chat, Supreet. I don't even know if that's right. No spoilers. Oh, we're split down the middle. This is what I like to see. Half of you are 30% are guessing, 30% have no idea. The other 30% no. Oh, this is good. I feel like I'm really getting to know you guys. Yeah, WAP is the man. That's right, Crypto Daddy. All right, give me a 1 in the chat if you're ready for the answer. All right. Boom, it's a red candle. Most of you got it wrong. You guys are in the right place. You are in the right place. We are going to look at the charts. Wait, hold on. Open at 13, then closed at 11. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Let's make sure the quiz isn't broken. Yeah, we gotta catch you guys up. This is good, though. This is good. That means that you're in the right place. All right, guys. Code Ego, don't be hard on yourself. All right, next question, guys. Blank is calculated by adding recent prices and then dividing that figure by the number of time periods in the calculation average. You guys are all going to get this right. You're going to get 100% right on this one. I believe in you, chat. Blank is calculated by adding recent prices and then dividing that figure by the number. And this is kind of blocked by that like Benzinga thing, so I'll move this here. Number of time periods in the calculation average. Guys, use. Yeah, I have faith in every single person here, as long as you guys work hard. Trade together at swag.benzinga.com for $15 credit. Actually, I'm going to roll that across the bottom of the screen here. That is your gift for unlocking the like goal, getting us to 100 likes, guys. This is your reward. Only available to the first 10 to use it. So use it quick. Trade together on swag.benzinga.com for $15 credit toward whatever the heck you want. I just giving away t-shirts, Tony. I just gave you a code so you can get your own t-shirt. All right, give me a 1 in chat if you're ready for the answer. All right, here it is. Simple moving average. See, I said you guys were going to get 100%. You guys got 94. Way to be. I believe. This is why I believe. Oh, King, chill out. King C. A long-term investment is a security you plan to hold for at least how long, guys? Come on. Just 2 more minutes, and then we're going to get this show on the road. If we get to 200 concurrent viewers, we will unlock the next gifts, meaning credit on swag.benzinga.com. Your participation will always be rewarded during these educational sessions. All right, guys. We're saying at least 1 year looks like the dominant one. I don't know. You could kind of have a 1-year trade. Are you sure? Are you sure? I've got some trades that I just kind of forgot about. They're at least 2 years old. I don't know if I would call them investments. We got Trader Joe is very sure. Long-term is not a year. A long-term investment is a short-term investment gone wrong. All right, guys, give me a 1 in chat if you're ready for the answer. Oh, we got to 200 people. Damn it. That means I've got to give you more free stuff. Ah. More free stuff is coming down the pipe. You're ready for the answer. 1 year, guys. 1 year. 1 year. AJ wants a mug. All right, let's get one more in. Name this chart pattern. Guys, I'm going to leave that image up on the screen while I work on getting you the credit, the gift card to swag.benzinga.com. All right, guys, have you seen the pattern long enough? I'm going to switch to our answers now. Ooh. Let's see if anyone's going to change their mind now that they see what everyone else is doing. Give me a 1 in chat if you're ready for the answer. It's a bull flag. It's a bull flag, guys. The image that you saw, that pattern is a bull flag. Let me see if I can get that up again. That's a bull flag, guys. All right, guys. You've already surpassed 2 of our highly difficult goals. You're well on your way to becoming like this lady. Scary lady with a sword. Guys, I'm going to need you guys to hype it up a little bit, all right? This is not the music we need for this. This is not the music we need for this. Whatever. Don't worry about the music, guys. I'm going to need you all to smash that like and give me 1s in chat to let me know if you're ready to get a market overview from Nick, try to get a handle on what's going on, and learn a strategy for income using options. All right? 0 to hero. I know that just sounds like marketing jargon, but I'm serious. I feel pretty confident in my options trading. All it took was a little hard work and having the right mentors. Nick was one of those mentors. I know if I can do it, you guys can do it. So we got ones. We got ones coming in. Warren is extremely ready. Guys, next goal. When we get to 400 concurrent viewers, share this video. Once we get to 400 concurrent viewers, we will drop $50 credit gift cards. All right? Or whatever happens first. How many likes are we at? Oh, 149. Are you serious, guys? If we get to 200 likes, whatever happens first, we get to 200 likes or we get to 400 concurrent viewers, we'll start giving you $50 gift cards, all right? So it's up to you guys. Smash that like, share it with a friend. All right, without further ado, I think we're done getting our souls stared into by this warrior lady. I'd like to bring Nick on if he is ready. Nick, if you're ready, go ahead and unmute yourself and just give me some sort of signal, some sort of audible.
Ooh.
There it is.
There it is.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. I've been looking at the put me in, coach. I know this.
No, I know. I bet you were dying watching those quiz questions. So that I love having the quiz at the beginning because that gives us an idea of what folks are, where they're at.
Yep. It looks like we have a good collection of people. I mean, there are some people that were very sure of their answers.
Yes, absolutely.
Like
so it's a good mix. And guys, you are a diverse group. And that's the whole theme here. We've got folks from all different levels. I truly believe that you can get to a point of a very confident level in less than a year if you have the proper guidance. Of course, experience factors in. Of course, someone who's been working hard for 5-10 years and has seen different market cycles and seen events and has the bruises and scars, that pays off. But the purpose of this session that we're about to have right now with Nick, focusing on options, but also teaching you a lot about technical analysis, is to save you from having to get those cuts and those wounds and those bruises. So you are going to be able to lean on someone. That's it. That's what it's all about. We just want to get you guys a mentor, someone that's been through it that is also going to, give you some setups from time to time.
Yep. Yep. So first of all, who is this lady in the picture? Is she from like Mad Max or from the 100 show or something like that? I don't know.
Good guesses.
She looks familiar.
Yeah. She looks familiar to me too. I went on a stock photo site and I typed warrior. I just said warrior, and a bunch of warriors came up, and I chose her.
Yep. Good choice.
Just something about it, and then I was like, "What should I do for the background?"
Flames.
Fire. So there you guys go. Options trading warriors is the theme for the day. And the way that I'm looking at this, Nick, is that folks hanging on all of these Fed speeches or whatever. Yeah. And it just seems like you're sort of entering a storm or a maelstrom. And what I really want folks to walk away with is a sense of confidence, like they can take on uncertainty.
Yeah. So I literally said that today on Twitter. I don't know if you caught it. I was so upset listening to Jerome Powell, and I got frustrated. I was like, screw it, I'm out. I'm going to go back to charts, literally, because as they say, price is truth. And that is the only absolute truth that we have, is by looking left on the chart and looking at what happened and see if we can look and project to the future as to what could happen at what levels. I can't tell you which way the stock market is going to go, but I can tell you what will happen at certain levels. So I'd be ready to act. So if something reaches this level, then I know to go long. Something reaches that level, I know to book or not to get long. So avoiding mistakes is probably job number one, but you need information. And the Fed is pretty confusing. They're confused. I mean, he said it today. If you listen to Powell, he said several times, this has not happened before. We are just winging it, basically. Not in so many words, but that would be funny if he did. But that's the truth. They're making it up as they go, and hopefully they don't mess up. And there's trillions of dollars in the economy. That's why the S&P chart looks like it looks, as steep as it is on the weekly candle. So by the way, that candle question was pretty tricky, right? Yeah, it's like, how could it be green? I mean, red. Yeah, it is. It closed lower than where it opened. So there is a lot to be had from the charts. And they kept me out of trouble. They kept our group out of trouble. And today in the chat room was pretty busy. It was pretty funny. And everybody had the right idea and what to focus on. And even at one point, somebody said, stop listening to this. Let's get back to charts. And I was like, that's pretty important.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Do you remember what the chatter's name was? So you can shout him out.
No, I do not. There are hundreds of them in there. I don't put me on the spot.
Nick, you need to start memorizing every single person's name.
I would know them if I saw them, but I didn't know which one actually said that. Maybe more than one. I want to say, I mean, KV is the sign on. I don't know. I'm not sure, but it was definitely in the chat room. So, I mean, I can see maybe we're lucky if it's recent. So that's me posting.
Well, you're not sharing your screen, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Am I supposed to? I didn't want to take it away from you.
Oh, no, you feel free. I can open up Pro right now. So let me log into my Pro account.
I'm going to steal you.
Don't. Yeah, everyone, I got to hide this. Everyone's going to look at my thing. Look at the warrior lady while I log in.
Do you want me to share my screen?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'm just making sure Jay in chat doesn't.
Yeah, I saw Jay. He's a troublemaker. Kick him out. Kick him out, or her.
We'll give Jay a second chance. We'll see. I think he's here to learn.
Okay, so am I on?
There we go. That's a different theme. That's Nick's Pro instance.
Yeah, that's me. So I was making the joke inside of a chat room. Facebook down 4%. So I put the tumbling people that follow the cheese log or something. Have you ever seen that? That's hilarious.
I have seen that. Yeah, everyone's like breaking their arms and their collarbone.
I know this is hilarious. I always pull it up. Like this is a reminder of what happens when people panic.
Yep.
This is where you can make money off of somebody else panicking. So Teladoc was interesting today. I shared a video with a potential trade with a lot of detail on several ways to trade it, and then also I'm scrolling through the chat room just to show you what happened today in there. Somebody asked, how come you talk about the VXX and not the VIX? I do invest using the VIX. I track the VXX intraday because it's the future of the VIX and it's more honest, like on a 5-minute candle. But over the long term, that's why I don't trust the VXX, because it's predestined to go to zero. It's not an ETF, it's an ETN. So in fact, it has gone to zero.
So Nick, while we're on the topic, so the Fed has a lot of sway over sentiment among retail traders, among market participants. Why don't we start off with a chart and just pull up the VIX?
Okay. So this is
and explain what it is for the folks that don't know.
So the VIX is what they refer to as the fear index, and it's the volatility index. It's I'm pretty sure you can go study it and how it's calculated. Me, I just like to take it and try to see if I can use it to my advantage. And here's the easy way to use it. First of all, I thought forever that the average was 16 because I heard somebody say it. I never doubted it. And then I went and downloaded the entire history of it, and it's like more like 19. And I'm sure now it's a little bit higher because this last year has been elevated for so long. The average crept up a little bit. So let's just say it's 19. So when the VIX is elevated, it means options prices are elevated. It means everybody's nervous. That's the way I look at it. When panic happens, this happens. So back you remember the .com bubble? So
I was 10 years old.
Right. You don't remember. Well, I remember it. I was not 10 years old. And this is what happened. It went to 90, 95. This time it almost went as high, but it stayed higher longer. So this was a flash. Basically, this is a quarter. This is 3 months candle. It went up and then closed right down. Well, this time it went up. If you believe it, I was lucky to be long it at 16 before the super spike, and I closed it like 4 or 5 time win. And I thought I was a genius. But I closed it in the 40s, and then it went to 80 or 90. I was like, oh my God, I wish. Anyway, so what it is, how I can use it is if I have money risked in the stock market and I like my positions and I don't want to close them, I'm somewhat worried about what the Fed might do or say, somewhat worried about something breaking, somewhat worried about the Delta and variant and some other variant that comes across, then the way to blanket protect my I don't want to say protect, because the goal is not to protect the entire portfolio, but to give me some cover on a bad day. Let's say the market crashes, and I know you've seen -1% and it looks like a crash. I've been trading when we've fallen like 10% in one day. The flash crash, what was it, 21%? The ETF go whoosh. So there are crashes, and we haven't seen one in a long time, but they do happen. So you need something to give you a quick cover. This would be a tool. And I say it's renting insurance. Like 3 or 4 weeks ago, I said, I'm buying VIX calls. I'm unsure about the thing. And yet today they were green. Monday, they were really green. I didn't close them. They're insurance. They're not profit. They're protecting whatever longs I have. So, but that means I covered myself for weeks and weeks and weeks for free because they were green today. I didn't pay any insurance, yet I was insured. Does that make sense? So if we can't spend a little money protecting our investments when the markets have never been higher before, then we should admit to ourselves that, hey, we don't care. We're not scared. Bring it. And that's not the right mentality. So the VIX is a way to, I use it as a tool to kind of like throw a blanket to cover the oh shoot moment. Oh, sorry about that. They cover the oh shoot moment if it happens. And if it doesn't happen, so I wasted a little money on insurance. You have car insurance. You don't cancel your insurance in the middle of a skid just because you think you can catch it. So this is kind of the same thing.
So, okay. So Nick, we got a lot of folks that are real beginners. We want to make sure that we start from square one. So guys, get your questions in the chat. You know, you're here to learn about options. You know, you're here to learn about trading in general, like looking at charts and understanding what the heck you're looking at. So your questions matter here. Do it for your own good. Do it for the good of your fellow traders here. We trade together. We learn together. That's what this whole thing is about. So keep those questions coming, and we'll make this as interactive as humanly possible. So Mark Gazowski has a very good question. So can you go back to the VIX really quick? VIX?
Yeah.
So guys, this is ticker VIX. A lot of people call it the VIX because that is the volatility index. So this, Mark asks, so this is when the market is bad, this goes up.
Yeah, this is like a panic reaction. In fact, I believe it's calculated off of the pricing in the options market. So when you look at, this is an options chain. What is this? Boston Beer. So this is an options chain. When the VIX explodes, like on Monday, it was up 10, 20%. That means everything in the all the contracts in the options markets have exploded higher, which means anything you want to buy is more expensive, especially protection. So it's a sign of nervousness. So when you're in a panic and you want to buy insurance, the insurance company will jack it up because they know you need it, type of a mentality. So yeah, if the VIX is spiking, more often than not, that means that there is a scary moment in the market, in equities.
So Hertz Scrambler is asking for, can you put a ticker in back so everyone can see it? I'll try. We can only do so many banners at a time. I'm just one man, but I'll try Hertz Scrambler so you guys can always get the ticker. I'll always call it out audibly.
Yeah.
But this is
What do they want to see the ticker here? You mean?
Oh yeah, maybe that's what he's talking about, the watermark.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get you the watermark.
If you see it, the bottom settings.
Bottom?
Go to settings on the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been through this. And then appearance on the left.
Oh, this is nothing I usually put on there. I take it off. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, watermark. There you go. There you go. All right. Hopefully you guys can see that. So you'll always be able to see the time frame and the ticker on the screen. So what is that line that is scrolling at the bottom? Gregor, that's a prize. Well, that's probably what you're asking about. Okay, so here's one. And guys, we're just opening up with some questions. And then Nick, I'd love it after we go through some questions, we get warmed up.
Yes, Sheena.
I would love it if you could go into your definition of risk and why you like options. But let's just let's get to know our users here a little bit,
Sure.
or our viewers. So John asked, what do you do when you're bullish on a stock and what do you do when you're bullish on a stock you're trading and your contract prices go down? Do you close out or wait for expiration?
So the first thing I would do is revisit the reason I took the trade. So I have an acronym that I use that I have claimed, even though I don't think I made it up, but I will use it. No trigger, no trade, or no thesis, no trade, NTNT. So the first thing, when somebody comes to me, say, I have calls, they're underwater, should I close them? That's basically what they're asking me. That's the question. So my question right back is, why did you take the trade? And I'm not picking on them. I'm just merely wanting to know if that reason is still there. If it's not there, the trade should be off, win or lose. So the first question is, I retest my thesis. If it's still alive, then I have to see what are the odds. So you asked me to define risk, and this is a perfect place to do it, because that answers this question. So let's pick a Snap.
And teach us chill.
What? Oh,
someone in chat. Teach us chill.
Okay. All right. So this is Snap. If somebody bought it here, right, and so they would say, I bought calls and I'm underwater. So what do I do? So I would ask them, why did you buy the calls? Was it short term, long term? Were you chasing? If it was a trade because you were chasing, then it's just a trade that lost money, which, by the way, we shorted in the chat room and immediately paid dividends. Immediately. It was crazy. Same with the IWM. Yesterday, we went long exactly at the bottom. Today, it was up 250%. So let's see here. The definition of risk. I'm going to pull up a scratch pad because this answers the question. When do I know when to close it, right? So I'm going to give you a minute, since you guys and gals did so well with the quizzes. I'm going to hit you with another one. What is the definition of risk? If I ask you to explain to me what is the definition of risk, and I'm going to look at the first few, but I'm going to guess everybody's going to say the one component of it. I can give you a hint that it's anyway. You tell me. You're going to say how much money I'm going to lose.
Well, let them do it, Nick.
Huh?
Let them do it. Let them.
Oh, okay.
Guys, what?
I didn't want any dead silence moment, like in radio. You can't have dead radio or whatever you call it.
No, I know. You don't let Jay freak you out. I love this one. I think this is like really. I mean, this is very foundational to your approach to options trading.
Yeah.
All right. So what is the definition of risk?
Possible loss. Okay, so I see whatever you're losing. So see, same concept. How much money I can lose. Simple term risk, possibility of something bad happening. Okay, that is close. I like that. Crypto op. Keep that in mind. Technical asset on the DIA. That's a little bit later. Real money on the DIA thing. Opportunity for war. Dude, I grew up in a war. I don't want war again. Thanks. The probability of gains. Okay, so TCHS, the same as the crypto guy before, or girl, I don't know. You willing to lose? Okay, so I'm seeing bits and pieces of everything. I like it. So you guys are on the right track. But let me put it in plain, simple English and actionable way. First of all, it's two pieces, in my opinion. Clearly, we have the reward. The carrot is out there. But risk is the definition of it, in my opinion, is two pieces. The first one is, you all nailed it, is how much money is at stake? What can I lose? What's the consequence if I get it wrong? That's what I want to know. The maximum risk, the shoot moment. What is it going to cost me? If I try to jump this gap, am I going to break an arm because it's only 2 foot deep, or is it 2 buildings and I'm going to die? So this is what decides. Okay, I will take the trade and I will risk X. I make that decision and I move on. Okay, so the second part, which is the part you manage, is Da, 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 da. What are the odds I'm going to make it or not? So this is the part I manage. So the question is, do I close my trade? Well, do I still like the odds? So when that person took the calls up here, in their head, they had an odds. Okay, I'm taking the call. I have an edge. I think my odds are 80%. Well, when they're asking me and prices down here, do you still like your odds the way they were, or have your odds dropped below your normal level of acceptability? So, and it's so easy to answer that question in options. It's not even funny. Very hard to do it if you're just buying and selling stock because it's subjective. In options, they provide us that number. It's actually mathematically represented. I mean, how easy is that? So once you find your parameters that work for you, and nobody has, everybody has different parameters. My parameters are super conservative, even though I'm a take risk kind of a guy, but not with money. I'm very conservative when it comes to trading. I like boring trades that deliver consistent results. So with options, this part is on point and is easy to get to. But this part is super important. So to answer your question, when do I know when to close a call? I look at the odds. And the odds, if they are unrealistic, I'm out. And if I still want to stay long, I have to reset it in a different way. So the risk definition is, first of all, how much money I'm going to lose. I establish that number and I forget it. And most importantly, I don't add to it. Don't average down, especially in options. Unless it's an active trade like minutes on the clock, averaging down is, I don't like it. Let's put it that way. The second part is the odds. When I set the trade, I should have a system to where I always want X odds. I want the edge. If I'm taking a trade that's 50-50 or I don't know, then what am I doing? I'm simply guessing and hoping for the best. I put trades with specific odds because using options, the advantage of using options is I want the edge over my competition. And you're saying, what competition? Well, if you take a trade, there's somebody on the other side of the trade. You think you're doing something smart. They think you're an idiot for doing it because they're doing the exact opposite. So if you buy shares, you're buying them from someone. If you buy calls, you're buying them from someone. If you're selling calls, you're selling them to someone. And if you're selling puts, you're selling them to someone. There's always another person on the other end. So when you hear on TV, they say they are buying the AMD $95 call out to next week. No, they are transacting it because there's a seller for every buyer. So who's smarter? I don't know the seller. I don't know the buyer. In fact, if I want to take sides, I would blindly take sides with the seller because those are the market makers. They sell, they make markets. They're smarter than buyers. So to answer the long-winded way to answer that question is the define risk. This is risk. And this is how you answer the question. Are the odds of me succeeding with that set of calls that I bought still viable? If I don't know, or if they're too low, I should get out. Not every trade wins, and it's okay to lose on a trade.
So Nick, all right, good. We've got risk defined. This is foundational, guys. So sound that back to us. Give us a 1 if you're comfortable with that definition of risk, that 2-part definition, because that's very important. Trust me, that's going to show up again.
And it goes to whatever style of trading you're doing, even in sports, even in life. Like my son was into mountain biking for a while, and I used that same definition to convince him not to take the risks he was taking. They bought better bike after better bike, and their bikes cost more than my motorcycles when I was a kid. So I was like, "What are you guys doing?" So I went one day and I was like, "Oh goodness!" So I started breaking it down. Okay, so look at the gap you're trying to jump. You can't recover from this. What's your plan? It's kind of a thing. So it goes through life. It's this, whether you're buying shares, why are you buying them? What do you think your odds are?
So teenagers with a bike, similar to new traders with a brokerage account. Lots of 1s, guys. Thank you for sounding back. Your participation will always be rewarded. My best way of rewarding you guys is giving you gift cards. So The participation will keep being rewarded. Let me check really quick, Nick.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are at 195 likes. If we can get to 250 likes, I'll drop more gift cards. So Nick, we've got some really good questions just about just how options work from the chat that I want to hit. So here's and let's just kind of go through them, give them like an intermediate amount of time. So do you look at the yearly, daily time frame? Or he's saying yearly / so probably like a year. Do you look at a year's worth of time on your chart with daily candles time frame? I don't.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. So what I usually like I just put up Snap, right? So usually when I put up a chart, let's put up Tesla. Everybody loves Tesla. I usually say Alt R. Hey, it works on this computer. So I usually start with daily candle, which is indicated up here or down here too, and it defaults to 1 year. I start there. Most often, I zoom in and zoom out. So when I look at a stock and if it's looking like it's as low as it goes, I expand to higher time frames, like to a weekly and a monthly chart to see what happened before. Clearly, I don't see the entire thing. But here, I have an extreme low, I have an extreme high, so I feel like I have enough visibility. And then now I have, look at this. This is pretty interesting. So I can tell you something is going to happen in this stock just from this fact of sidebar. Sometimes you need to like zoom out to get clarity. Look, higher lows. This is a whole year. Lower highs. Something's got to give. This doesn't happen without consequences. So the action went from going like this, and now it's pinpoint. So there's going to be either this or that soon enough. Look at this line. These are tails, those candles on a daily basis. So on just one day, they dropped here and they rejected it. They dropped and rejected it, and they dropped and rejected it. So if the next test fails, they'll drop probably to this zone. And if this one fails, you're going to get an opportunity to get long Tesla here. What? It's possible. It's not going to do it alone. That's going to be like a market correction thing. And that's not a scenario that I'm calling for. That's a scenario that exists if this triggers. That's step one. That's step two. This one is easier than this one. This one will be hard fought. Conversely, we have similar lines up here. See, I have already my alert and my alert. This one will get me drooling.
So those yellow arrows that you just pointed to are price alerts, right?
Yeah, I'll show you in a little bit where they live. So that dashed orange line is me. Like this will come in an email to me, bing. And so this is a very sharp top failure. That's where the bears feel comfortable. Bam, bam, bam. So the next time the bears lose it, the bulls will come back and test it for footing and they'll go. They'll have some resistance here, but the upside, it'll break 800 in my opinion. So which one will happen first? So if I'm trading Tesla, I will sit and wait. Either trade the range here if I'm fast, ping pong, or wait to one of these breaches. And if this one breaches, then I'll load up an order to get long somewhere here with a tight stop, meaning I'll get long assuming this will hold. And if it doesn't hold, I'll get out for a small loss. I don't try to save it because then the re-entry will be down here. So these are trading comments, but it all starts right here and right here. So back to the original question. Do I look always at 1 year? Yes, I start there, especially with a new stock. And then I see this area of interest, right? That I just highlighted why. So then I'll zoom in. I'll go to like 2-hour charts to try to get more information. That's that area we're talking about. And then if I'm still don't have enough information, I'll go to a 60-minute chart. I'll cut it in half. So now I have faster decision-making points. And if I'm really active, I'll go down to 15 minutes, maybe even 5 minutes. So from the 15 minutes, you can see where they want to be, right in the middle of this range where they are today. You can see there's short-term support, short-term resistance. So if this rallies up here, FOMO kicks in. We want to buy calls. We shouldn't. Not going into these. That's where they failed. Wait to prove that they can break it, that it's different this time. Otherwise, that's where I close my longs if I'm trading. and then reopen them when they fall back here. Same here. If they come to here, I don't panic. Yep.
Education creep is starting to set in.
Okay.
So we were talking about time frames, and you jumped right to levels, but let's wait to get to that. So I got another question from Brian.
Yep.
Brian says, newbie question. Totally fair. We're all noobs. In options, is there an equivalent of a stop loss?
Yeah. You can set, I believe, different platforms give you different ways to do it. I don't use them because I'm always watching, and my trades are not that time sensitive, and they're usually set with finite risk, but you could. In fact, I think Thinkorswim would allow you to set a complicated way of stopping. If this happens and that happens, then do this and that. So there are many ways you can do it. So yeah, there are ways to stop loss in options trading as well. Yeah.
And then Daniel Lax, we don't want to talk about the subscription too much. If you have questions about that later, you can ask me, and I'll let you know about that, about the chat room or whatever it is you're curious about. Okay, so let's do one more question, and then let's start looking at tickers, Nick, and then we can go into levels and all that.
Okay, so just to answer that last question, time frames. Sometimes I use monthly and quarterly time frames. This is a quarterly chart, so it goes back to 2008 and older, and that's how I shorted the EWG, which is the ETF for the DAX German market. And this trade is open on my books. It was green, and then now it's back to flat. And I shorted it because of that time frame, a super long quarterly time. Every candle is 3 months. And it failed up here, and it failed up here, and my contention was it's going to fail here again, so I'm short, and I'm hoping that, well, I don't say I'm hoping. I'm trying to profit from this drop if it happens. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. I'm being the hard ass moderator.
Yeah, that's fine. Dad.
All right. So Kelly has a really good question. Why would someone buy way out of the money calls or puts?
Okay.
And before you answer that, Nick, for folks that don't know what out of the money means, is there a way could you go to like E-Trade and just briefly show us what out of the money means, and then provide an answer?
Yeah, I will tell you what it means first in plain simple English. Okay. It's a lottery ticket that has low chance of happening, but pays really well if it does happen, and that's why they would do it. But let me show you a visual to it. Let's go with the DIA. Somebody mentioned the DIA earlier.
So just to drill back on that, in the money, whether it's a call or a put, you're typically have higher odds of success.
Yeah. So let's
lower return potential. This is going back to the definition of risk, right?
It's not the lower return potential. The cost of entry is high. Versus, okay, so let's define in the money and out of the money. So this is the Dow's ETF. It's called the DIA. This is E-Trade. I'm not recommending it. It's just simple to construct stuff in it. It's a practice account that I use for demonstration purposes here. So it's first of all, you have contracts on top, expiration dates. So if you don't know anything about options, they are basically contracts. They're available for every week, every month. The white ones are in month. You can go out to next year and the year thereafter. So you can pick the time frame you want. I'm going to choose August just because it's pretty near, and I can just speak to it. Actually, I can choose next week. Okay, and so what happens is they're asking about in the money and out of the money. If you see the color change here, that's where current price is, 350. And that's where 350 is. This side here, they're puts. See that word, puts. This side here, they're calls. So they're contracts, and there are two types. Some are called calls. Some are called puts. And it's not that one is bearish and one is not. It's how you use them. They both can be bearish. They both can be bullish. It depends on what you do with them. So the question is, why do people buy calls way out of the money? So let's define that out of the money thing. The money is 350, meaning current price. Out of the money is far from current price, where in a put is out of the money is far below current price, because we are here and they're talking about buying puts that are out of the money. So that's the definition of out of the money. And it's a lottery ticket. In fact, I'm going to go to this week's. Okay, so this week, these expire in 2 days. On Friday, these go dead. So if somebody wants to guess that the market is going to explode into Friday, they would buy this 40-cent bet that could turn into hundreds. So that would be an out-of-the-money call purchase. Somebody would buy it. They go ahead and buy it. It costs 40 cents, so $40 for one. And if price indeed rallies, this 40 cents turns into 2, 3, however high it goes and how fast it goes. So I spend 40, it turned it into $200-300. So not a bad deal. That's why they do it. They can go higher and make it cheaper, but then the odds go dimmer. Like this one is 9 cents if they wanted to go to 356 up here. You don't see it because I'm not showing enough of them. This one. See, so where you can place it wherever you want. You can buy at the money and pay up. It's $1.40 for that, so $140. Or you can go here and pay $14. So here you have very little chance, like 8% chance of this happening. Ooh, what did he just say? Yeah, I gave you a percentage. It's right there. The delta is the rough estimate of your odds. Remember the number you manage? And the person that asked earlier, when do you know when to get out? This is your odds maker. If 8% is too low of a chance for you, then you get out. If it's still 30%, the answer to that other question, then you might want to stay in. So out of the money call is a lottery ticket. That's why the people go to it. I don't like it. Every once in a while, it's fun to do. I like to give myself better odds by getting a little bit smarter and paying up a little bit to have something with better odds than just a complete lottery ticket. And this is the same on the put side. But the out of the money wouldn't be up here because that price is already below it. It'll be down here. So this is the equivalent of that 14 cents, 24 cents up here. So that is a lottery ticket because in order for this to increase in value, price needs to drop. Look, see? So if price drops, this 20 cents, 30 cents, whatever, will turn into dollars. And these are contracts, and every contract represents 100 shares. So you multiply everything by 100. So when I say 28 cents to fill this order is $28 plus fees. So that's the answer to the out of the money thing. Why they do it? Because it is cheap. And if it hits, it pays big time relative to the cheapness. See, awkward silence.
Oh, I'm muted. I was coughing. Okay, so sorry about the awkward silence. For those of you that are curious about, still asking questions about the chat room, and the Benzinga Pro access, if we have time, we'll get to that. And I think that this is a really good segue into our next section that I want to get into, which is looking at tickers. But Latoya asks a question. I don't want to answer this yet. I think we answer this a little bit later. And Latoya says, I am a beginner and I'm having a hard time understanding all other options trades outside of the basic selling calls and puts. That's interesting that you're selling calls and puts. You might mean buying calls and puts, Latoya. I hope you do. I hope that's what you mean. Any advice on easy ways to understand other types of options trades?
Sure. Join the group.
Yeah.
Join the group. My goal in life, Latoya, is to demystify options using Main Street words, not Wall Street gibberish. Those guys are dorks, and they want to make us feel like we don't understand their gibberish. Trust me when I tell you, it's not rocket science. It is the same stuff, repetitive, over and over and over again. Buying calls and puts is the easiest thing to do. That's because that's what they want you to do. That's because how they make their money. So if you're not smart buying calls and puts, you're most likely going to lose. That's why we use odds in our favor. And every video, every write-up that I usually put out has a complete description and the strategy behind it and how to do it with the picture of this, placing the order. And it's with a table, so it will demystify it. And even if you don't act on many of the ones that you see first because they are somewhat weird for you at first, after a few of them, you will get the feel of it. You'll get to understand it better. It's not rocket science. I'm confident that I can explain it to you over time.
Thank you, Latoya, for that. And Latoya did drop a comment saying she meant buy calls and puts.
Right. Yeah, because I forbid you, Latoya, from selling calls. Okay, never. Unless they're covered calls.
Only covered, guys. You're forbidden. Never sell calls.
Yes.
Big time risk. There's just no need.
There's unlimited risk. I mean, who wants that?
Listen to Nick. Okay, guys. So guys, there's a little bit of a lag on the video, so we'll wait a second, and Nick will have to suffer the awkward silence. But can you guys drop some tickers in? I want to transition over to looking at tickers so we can talk about how to look at charts, because that's the thing you want to do before you pick a trade, before you pick the option setup that you're going to trade. So give us the tickers you're interested in.
You know, as crazy as Jay is, his comment right there is money right there. be on the right side, and he spelled right. It's like writing a call or writing a put. That is pretty sharp. You know, Jay knows their stuff.
Jay, you are up front and center, my friend. Well done. Well done.
Hey, credit where credit is due. Back in the game. So one thing I want to answer, VIX keeps popping up all the time. What's the difference and why do I prefer it? So here, this is the VIX over time. Tried and true, right? One VIX, steady eddy, spikes, comes back to base, right? And then you have a whole bunch of derivatives that keep blowing up around it. The VXX is a futures contract, and look at it. It's going to zero. It's an ETN. It's designed to go to zero. So I don't invest in it. I just use it intraday to track. UVIXY is another derivative. I don't know what the hell that's all about. I can even pull it up on the weekly. Look at this daily. Who wants to invest in that? If I'm looking for protection, this is my vehicle. I know people who love the UVIXY, so keep using it if you know how to. But as far as protection, the VIX is the best vehicle for me. All right. Let's go.
So we've got some tickers. The first one, let's start off with SPY.
Okay.
SPY. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back, Nick.
All right, no problem.
Don't do anything crazy.
No. Okay. Tempting. All right, so the SPY, this is a daily chart for the S&P. There's no need to tell you that the bulls are in control, right? Every dip they're buying. So if you're looking for short term, I don't know what you're asking about, if you're looking for long term or short term, but don't fight the tape is one thing they say, meaning go with the flow. If they're buying the dip, then you should buy the dip and not start shorting it. Like if you started buying puts down here, you're doing the wrong thing, because every dip was bought like mechanically. You don't fight it until it stops working. So boom. And then you don't go long when we get to the upper end of the range. Then the next dip, what do you should do? Not panic. You should avoid the FOMO and do the opposite. So if you're asking for shorter term information, so this is what I provide every morning for us before the day starts. These are my guidelines with a write-up every day in the chat room. These are the lines that matter. These are the support zones in case we have a bad day, so we don't panic. And then where we go if we do lose those support zones every day. So tomorrow's note would say, watch out for the all-time high and don't fight it. If you're short, get out because it's going to 446. This was the breakout that called for 446. Look, my note from back then. We're halfway there. And tomorrow, if we break out from 441, we're going to 444, maybe even 446. And 436 needs to hold. So these are short-term comments on the SPY. I'm not sure the time frame you're asking about. Now, if I zoom out to one day, you're going to go gaga over these lines because they're made for short-term comments only. So,
Jesus.
Yeah, well, they're, I hide them when I show the long-term chart. Okay. So
sorry, I wasn't sure if you were done or not.
No, I'm done with the SPY. I mean, I did the long-term plan of action and the short-term one for tomorrow.
Okay, good. So we've got SPY, and just as Nick said, a little bit of what's happening now, and a little bit of what's happening later. And I want to stick Game of Traders with you because you've also asked about QQQ. So we've got the S&P 500 ETF. Now let's look at the Nasdaq ETF.
Okay, very similar action in the sense where they're buying the dips, but it's going on longer stints. Like, look at this rally. And the Nasdaq, I think the top 6 are like more than half of it. So whatever FANG plus Microsoft plus Apple plus Tesla do is what the Nasdaq will do. In fact, I have one of those things. So this is FANG, and they're almost interchangeable. So whatever these big guys do, everything is going to do follow along. So to answer the question on the Nasdaq, so tomorrow Facebook will open down, I believe. Google opened up. So it's a wash over what happens. Apple crushed earnings and it opened slightly down. Disclosure, I'm short Apple a little bit for fun. So for me, it's stuck in a range right now between trying to make a new all-time high at 369 and change, and this candle was telling. They came down to 360 and said, nope, I don't want here. So that's support level 1 into 358, level 2, and then these two candles around the 352 area. The real breakout happened from here. So any approach of this level here, so 345 or lower, I would buy aggressively with a stop.
And we unlocked our 4th participation goal. Congratulations, guys. 250 likes gets you $35 credit to the first 10 to use the code on swag.benzinga.com. Remember, your participation is rewarded because it helps everyone. It really does. All right, Nick, I want to take a look at AMD.
Sure. Gosh, I love this company. I hate the stock price action. It shouldn't be this high. First of all, the company is great. The CEO has done a fantastic job turning it around. You've heard me say it how many times now, Neil?
A lot.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
They built a castle on top of a stick with holes in it.
Yes.
I can't stand it. Look at this. Consolidation period is incredible, and there's no base for it. So at the, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I think we'll have a chance to buy it under 70 in the 68 to 65 area soon enough, maybe this year. I thought for sure it was going to be soon, but boy, the metrics are incredible. So you can't argue with the company. You can argue with the price action. And look at this, and look left. So what are these? And this is the fight right now. Today I was looking for 96 because that was these 3 candles. And somebody asked, what's the candle? Each one of these bars is called the candle. And I'll explain it to you in a little bit. But I'm interested to see what happens here. So let me say this about AMD. If my mom comes to me and says, son, I'd like to invest this $5,000 in AMD. Can you do it for me? I say, no, mom, take that money and put it in the mattress for now, because this is not an obvious point of entry.
I saw that nice big green candle and got really excited. And then
you bought calls?
Laugh.
No,
okay.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna slap you
long enough, dude. No way. But I looked left. That is resistance.
It's a point of failure, and onus is on the bulls to break through it, and then you may want to chase for a trade, not an investment. Like you get in with a stop in your mind. X% wrong, I'm out. X% green, I'm out. So like a trader mentality. But to invest in AMD up here for the long term, why?
So Nick, 2 things. One is no base. I want to hit this because you said it previously, and then I want to go into how candlesticks work on charts.
Yeah.
So what did you mean when you said that AMD has not had a base?
Well, the base is frothy. This is not a good solid foundation for a rally. Like this was a good solid base for a breakout, but then they broke out from the breakout. Well, there's not okay. So we're going to jump to another lesson. So look here. See these bars that are sideways? This will answer your question. These bars for here and here. So these are volume bars. So everybody knows about these volume bars down here. This is the same information, only distributed instead of on time as to when they happened. They're distributed at what price level they happened. Really important information. So by looking at these volume bars, not the chart, look at these volume bars. Blue, gold doesn't matter. You can see there's a mountain of volume out here. There's a mountain of volume down here. There's nothing in between. It's like a vacuum. If price drops below this one, this will suck it all the way down to the second level. It'll go. This is how, because machines will need to fill this void up in something that they can call history. So there's a void of trading right here. So it's like very thin. If you break through this, you're going to here. So that's what I mean. There's nothing. It's like not a good solid foundation.
Okay, and then now let's talk about how to read candlesticks.
Okay, so the candlestick tells you about the day. I'm trying to think what stock just recently. Oh,
and maybe do like a monthly candle or something, so it's nice and big on the screen.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do the IWM. So the IWM is the ETF for, we'll do weekly. The ETF for the small caps. You've heard the Russell 2000. This is the ETF that tracks the index. So these are candles. Each one of these is a candle. These are weekly candles. I just chose it to show a week because I know I can tell a story there. So back in March, early March, we had a scare. So that week, that was a whole week worth of trading. They opened right here at the top of the stomach. This is a stomach with two tails, right? So they opened at the top of the stomach. They tried to rally at some point, Monday, Tuesday, I don't know. And then they tried to fail. They collapsed down here at some point. And then suddenly they said, nope, we don't want to be down here. And they closed right here. The candle's red because they closed below where they opened. They left a tall high and a tall low. So, but this leaving a tall low like this, a tail, that's a bullish sign, meaning they rejected this. They wanted none of it. They repeated it here, and they repeated it here. All these tails tell you that this whole zone is allergic. They don't want to be down here. Suddenly, they went down here in the last 2 weeks, and they're trying to claw their way back out of it. So reading candles like this tells you that the bulls were very strong here, and now they're being tested. They're resolved. They're mired in those tails from behind. So this is a weekly candle. If I go to a daily, you can see these tails, how they happen like one day, and then if you go to the weekly, they get all collapsed. But the same logic happens here. Like that day right there, they opened and closed pretty close together. They left a long tail down here, and look what happened thereafter. They said, nope, we are bullish. Let's go. So today, what was the stock? Shoot. Anyway, drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank.
Maybe it'll come back. Guys, okay, so let's see. I'm trying to see if there are any other questions. Otherwise, I want to hit at least
Teladoc.
one more ticker. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Okay, so let's do Teladoc.
Okay, so Teladoc, this will give you
Can you describe the trade too?
Yeah, so this will give you an idea of a candle that is telling. Today, Teladoc, before the market opened, I believe, or maybe last night, they reported earnings. The stock went to 133, and then it closed green, which is incredible because they completely rejected the bottom, and they closed at the very top of the day green. They were down big time. And look left and see where they bounced from. Not a coincidence. So two things are now. What am I, Yoda? So this is the line I drew and the video I shared. So I said this is now a solid foundation from which they bounce with strength. So had I seen this early, somebody in the chat room said, hey, what about Teladoc? And it was already up here. I was like, shoot, I missed it. Because if I caught it here, I would have sold puts, gotten long at the bottom or just above it. But still, the trade works. But it shows that the bulls completely rejected the low and bought it in force, and they didn't fade. They closed at the high. And so that's bullish. But if they lose it, I would stop out. Look, losing this level brings unknown risk to 90 or lower. I don't want to find out where they go. I will buy it again lower. This is a good P&L so far. They spend a lot of money, but who cares? They're growing very fast. So I'm behind it. It has fundamentals. It has technicals. So I'm willing to swing it back up. As far as how to trade it, there are several ways to do it. And I share 5 ways. I basically mentioned the fact that, of course, you can buy shares and you can sell covered calls right away. Or you can buy calls, my least favorite, most expensive in this case. You can buy call spreads, and I'll show these in a little bit if you want. Or you can sell puts instead of owning shares, or sell put spreads, which are also bullish. So all these 4 ways are bullish. 2 require a rally to win, 2 do not. So when it's appropriate, we can go into why I like one type of trading versus the other. Somebody touched on it in the chat, in the comments here today. Mentioned, I think it was Jay, that basically if you buy, you're going to be statistically at a disadvantage 80% of the time. Therefore, I want to be doing the selling.
Okay. So there you go. There's a touch on an actual trade with T-Doc that was in the chat. We're getting, I don't know, Nick. So we've answered some questions, guys. Tell me what you guys want to do. Give me a 1 if you want to continue having basic questions answered, and you guys just give us the questions we answer. Give me a 2 if you want to just have Nick do a deeper dive on his strategy. 1 for basic questions from chat. 2 for Nick to go off and just show his strategy. All right, so we're getting 2s. We got some 2s. Okay, it's looking like majority 2s. They're just like, just shut up, just give it to me. All right, everybody. All right. 2s on the screen. 2s on the screen. And guys, just let you know, I am contractually obligated to let you know that your participation will be rewarded. Putting your 2s in the chat is a form of participation, and we're very thankful for that. And you guys can unlock another gift card by getting 300 likes on the video. We'll drop more gift cards on you. Yeah, we're gonna do, Nick. I think it's time for your strategy. Great Game of Trades gave us 4 2s, so I don't know what else to say.
All right. So Russ asked a question. It looks like he had a winning trade on AMD. He booked some. He booked some more, and he's wondering if he should book some more. Hey, anytime I'm wondering about booking profits, I book it. You can leave runners if you want, but lock the profits. By the way, that's part of my strategy. I did it today in the IWM, and it yielded results. So, Russ, listen. So if you bought a call, I bought a call last night on the IWM, and I kid you not, I shared it in the chat room, and seconds later, the IWM went ballistic. And the trade this morning was up like 250%, 260%, I don't remember. I locked my profits by selling a call above it. Then you become long for free. Sometimes you get paid to be long. Then it's a no-lose situation. So I would lock my, anytime I'm wondering about booking profits, I book them, if not all. So this is an actual trade I shared today in the video. Teladoc had fallen. It was still red, I think, at the time. I believe it was $150 when I shared it. And I shared this setup. This is one of the ways I could get long. And when I opened it, it was 60 cents, 65 cents or so, and now it's 43. So it was already profitable by the end of the day, just one form. So here's the setup. I want to go long a stock. So traditionally, people would shell out $150 to buy the shares outright. What kind of protection do they have? None. The stock falls, they start losing money on paper right away. What kind of edge they have? None. They can do homework and deem it an edge, but it's not a mathematical edge. It's just an opinion edge. So not my favorite way of doing things. But if I own shares, I can sit on them until kingdom come, and then I can make money down the line if the markets are still bullish and it's a viable thesis. So that's not my jam. What I like to do is take money from other people. That's what I like to do. I like to make money with other people's money. I like to sell them losing lottery tickets. So my second way of going long a stock is by, on a bad day, hopefully, sell people protection. How does that work? Okay, so let's use Teladoc. And at one point today, when it was falling, I could have sold somebody protection out there. So somebody out there with 100 shares of Teladoc wants to buy protection for 23 days. They'll go out and say, please, somebody buy my shares at 138 because I'm okay losing down there, but I want out from there. So I'll say, I'm your guy. So anytime between now and 23 days, you want to give me your shares at 138 right here, I'm your buyer. So for that, they pay me something. And so when I open the trade, I collect $150. So no money leaves my account. Money goes into my account. So what am I supposed to do for responsibility on that? I'm on the hook for buying 100 shares at 138 if they ask me to. When will they ask me to? I have no idea. They can do it at any point in time. Usually it doesn't make sense for them to do it unless the stock falls below 138. So maybe one day I wake up and I own 100 shares of Teladoc and I've paid 138 for them. So if it is 137 that day, then I can sell them and I still made money. Why? Because I collected $1.50 for it per contract. So it's $153 to break even. That's my favorite way of doing things. So that's called selling a put. I don't need to have shares in order to do it. In fact, that's how I want shares. So if I want to buy shares, like let's say if I said, I wish I had bought Teladoc at 138, well, that's how we would do it. I wish I had bought Teladoc at 138. I wish I had bought Teladoc at 143. Everybody has their line somewhere. Let's say I'm too busy that month. I want it out to October, so I'll go to October. And then I'll buy Teladoc at whatever price I want, 120. I can get paid $160 to buy it at 120 from somebody. So somebody wants insurance at 120 out through October. I can choose to be that insurance company for them. So what's the worst case scenario? If the price of the stock falls towards 120, I will show tremendous losses on this trade because that $1.60 turns into $3, $4, $5, $6, I don't know. It just keeps accumulating. I don't care because I wanted to buy the shares at 120. So one day I will wake up owning the 100 shares at 120. All the losses on paper from that position disappear. And now I own shares. I keep my $160 and I break even 118.4. And that's the worst that can happen. Then I own shares fresh at 118.4 break even. So not the end of the world. So what if somebody does not want the responsibility of owning the shares without any protection? Then they can do this. It's a credit put spread. Instead of selling a naked put, I'm buying one below it. So I give back some of the money that I collect. I net 80 cents, 85 cents in this case. And I'm protected because I'm long at 125 and I have the option to get out of them at 120. So worst case scenario. But by the way, both of these do not need a rally to win. If the stock rallies, I win. I keep my premium completely. If the stock doesn't rally, I win. I keep my premium. If the stock falls, I win. I keep my premium. If the stock collapses through my strikes, then I could lose money. So I like it. One scenario where I can lose versus buying calls or buying shares or buying call spreads. I need one scenario to win. So everything else that happens makes me lose money except that one thing. So it's easier to pick a spot where the stock is not going to go and sell risk there than try to hunt down to where the stock is going to be and trying to buy it there. So that's my philosophy. Create income with other people's money. Because here I'm collecting a credit and I'm time is my friend. Tick tock, nothing happens, I win. This is being a micro market maker. I am selling something to make something happen. So if I do it naked, I really want to own shares. I don't do this unless I want to own shares. The brokers sometimes let you do it even though you don't have enough money to buy the shares, which is pretty ridiculous. That's criminal in my opinion, but they let you do it to a degree. The better way to do it if you don't have a big account is to do a credit put spread. This is also called a bull put spread. Does it have to be $5 wide? No, I prefer it $5 wide. People do it $10 wide, not me. I prefer it $5. How much do I collect? Depends. This is too little for me. This is too much. I need in between, but 83 cents after a big drop works for me. So that's credit put spread, bull put spread, selling a naked put, all of which are bullish trades using a put setup and not needing a rally to win. That's the easiest, the best thing that fits my personality. Something that's designed to be boring.
That's right, because boring is making
and boring, but check this out. So this has an 86% chance of yielding 20%. So you tell me what stock in your watch list has an 86% chance to rally 20% scheduled. Like, yes, they can do it in a day or 2 or 3 sometimes, but you don't know that with 85% certainty. This one, statistically, based on this chain today, it's 86% odds of success to yield 20% on money at risk with no money out of pocket. I mean, what? That is boring beautiful.
So this is going right back to that first question. Guys, what was the first question we asked you? But go ahead and put it in chat if you remember the very first question that Nick started off with. And let us know if it makes sense now. That looking at the probabilities that you see on screen. Let us know in chat. What was that first question? And whoever gets it first will get a free compliment. Boom. Oh my God, look who got it.
I'm telling you, he's a ringer.
He's a ringer. That's right. Jay,
that was brilliant. The right side. I'm going to use that, Jay. Thank you. The right side. That was awesome.
Yep. Wait, it's good. He's a poet. What is risk? What is the definition of risk? Odds and risk.
There you go.
Risk? Yeah. You guys are nailing it.
Yeah, I couldn't remember it, so thank you.
I'm glad you remember Teledoc though, because that was a good trade. I
didn't remember it. I went to the chat room.
So guys, you guys, now we've come full circle. This is the strategy, right? And Kelly, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. We don't want his head to get too big. But guys, that we've brought it full circle. This is all about understanding the risk within Nick's definition, and then making these trades they're not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed in life, guys. But these are you see the odds in front of you. You can't say that with any common stock. So Nick, I think now we've gotten a lot of questions. Let's shift over really quick to Benzinga Pro. And let's talk about the subscription that folks can do. So guys, give me a 1 in chat if you would like to start trading that it's the boring type of trades that have the predictable returns. Give me a 1 in chat if you're interested in predictable returns, not going in with crazy anxiety all the time, not going in feeling like you're surrounded by chaos, but rather understanding the parameters around you and then constructing trades that are literally just going to read out the probabilities of success and the rate of return. So the ones are no surprise. Jeez Louise, guys. Trying to keep up with them. Jay, we get Jay. We got a 1 from Jay. Yes. Tony gave us a 100. Lots of ones. All right. So what we're doing here is we're creating a community that you guys can join, a group for you to just trade with Nick and learn this method. And what Nick does is create income from these options trades. It's career income. So whatever your schedule is, if you're working full time, like I am, you guys know me. If any of you guys recognize my voice and you know me, you know that I'm working like 10-hour days, like literally 7 days a week. I use Nick's trades. Or if you want to be a full-time trader, this is a wonderful start or a wonderful addition to what you're already doing. So what we're doing right now is what is the percent? I think it's like actually more than 50% off when you do it. I'm going to drop the link in, but you're going to get the entire Benzinga Pro platform, which is what Nick is using here, which is just the complete due diligence platform. It's the ultimate trading tool. It's got everything you need. It's got the charting. It's got the scanners. It's got the screeners. It's the best possible investment that you can make in yourself if you want to make money in the markets. It's got every single tool imaginable for discovering stocks, monitoring trades, and setting things up. And it's got the exclusive chat room with Nick, where he is chatting with you, trading with you, and giving you his setups for the trades that he's making. So if you want to get his trades, easy peasy. Just join the chat, you get them. And then also, just like we're doing right now, all the time, like Nick's scrolling through it right now. Someone asked, how often is Nick in chat? It's like 24/7 because he's a maniac. All right, I like it, Nick. I'm not. It's true, right? Like, you're crazy. How often?
They wrote a
you're in
song
there.
about that. You want me to sing it? Here it goes. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, see, he's crazy, guys. So what we're doing is, if you want to grab an annual, you can get a free laptop with that if you sign up. That's with the annual subscription. And then if you just want to get a monthly subscription, which I highly recommend, just try it out. We got a 14-day money-back guarantee on these. And if you really want to try it out, just go for the whole month. With the half off, it's $173 for a full month of the chat room. And we're really seriously designing this stuff so that you can get returns. Like, that's the idea, right? Nothing's guaranteed in life, of course, but everything that I work on, everything that Nick works on, we want traders to get returns that are more than enough to pay for all of their trading tools and then make some money on top of it. So let me, number one is, let me adjust this. Let me see if this works. So if you guys get the annual, you will get a free laptop. If you get the monthly, it's just $173. The link is in the description. The link is now in the chat. And I'm going to put a banner up so you guys can see that. And Nick, you're scrolling through chat a lot. What are you looking at?
I'm looking to see where I entered the IWM to see how, to see if I can show it on the chart, how closely we nailed the bottom. Anyway, I can't find it, but I did find a whole bunch of other stuff. You do what you're doing. Here. Somebody said, how often am I in there? Here's my time here, 5:55. I'm already posting the plan for the day, and that happens every day by ticker: SPY, QQQ, IWM, ES, which is the E-minis, the NQs, which is the minis for the Nasdaq, and write up as to what to expect, the VXX levels for somebody who is tracking it closely, and then an update on the trade. And somebody asked about, hey, how do I do protection? I said, I've done a video about this. Here's the video if you don't have it. And go to minute 11, and we discuss how to protect a portfolio very easily. And then, so this is what happens all day. This is definition of how I can get into, look, it cost me 8 cents to get into a $2 call spread. How? Because we caught the bottom and then we sold calls above them. So the trade was locked. It couldn't lose. And then I end up closing it midday today. So we do this all day. I'm in there anytime I'm at the computer or I have a couple of minutes, I check my phone and I answer questions all day.
Yeah. So do you guys have any, Okay. So it looks like if you're already a member, how do you upgrade to Nick's trading room? I am in another private trading room that I love, but this would be a great addition, Brian asks. Let me just put something up on the screen. If you guys don't already know Rodrigo is a real one. He works at Benzinga. He was a retail trader first that joined the family. And he is available as your customer success. I don't even like the term customer success. He's just gonna help you out. He's gonna hook you up. If you have anything that you need that's like not just signing up on the website, there is Rodrigo's information. He's gonna make it happen for you. As a matter of fact, let me bring Rodrigo on really quick. Rodrigo, give me a thumbs up if you're fully clothed.
Oh, yeah.
A thumbs down. What does that mean? Stand up, Rodrigo. Okay, just kidding. All right. So, hey, man.
Hey, what's up, Neil? How are you?
Good, man. Good, man. Thanks for joining. So we just got a question. Someone said they're in another chat room. Oh, I already have. Here's one. I already have a Benzinga option subscription. Is that different?
Yes, Philemon. So it's completely different. So Nick has been doing our newsletters for quite some time. He's been with Benzinga for over 12 years. So he does have a verified track record with us. So the newsletters are basically emails by default, email alerts. You can sign up for text message alerts as well. Now, as far as what we're talking right now, the options mentorship with Nick, this is a different animal, right? You're talking about Benzinga Pro, unusual options activity, inner circle chat room with mentor Nic Chahine, weekend chat member sessions only for chat members. It's not this meeting, but the most important part here, guys, is that we are actually doing the discount for the monthly, and we've never done that. The discount, we only do it for the yearly. So if you guys are, trying to get your feet wet, trying to dip your toes and take it out for a spin, there really isn't a better time because you're getting the monthly 50% off. And I can personally tell you, I've learned a lot from Nic. I came just knowing basic calls and puts. And like Nic says, that's really might not be the best strategy because it's just a purely directional trade. And you're hoping for a rally, right? Either side. And, the way that Nic does the trades with the credit put spreads has really, changed the way that I'm doing my trading so that I'm risking less and I can be right more times than wrong. And ultimately, you do need consistency. If you don't have consistency, you're not going to finish. So that's one of the pluses that I do enjoy from Nic's picks.
Yeah, and then a question. So in terms of like how many ideas, this is just constant ideas. So like how many picks do I get? I mean, it's a.
So can I answer this? Can I answer this a little bit?
Yeah, I think you're free to answer that.
Okay, so it's more so what do I gain from this? And instead of just looking at it from a trade alert perspective and trade ideas, think about the benefit that you get. Like if I wish you could read this. I mean, this font is pretty small, but there's like 1,000 questions in there. Probably I'm not exaggerating, about different kinds of things. So somebody has a question about a certain stock, about a call. Like earlier, somebody asked me about J&J. It wasn't a pick of mine, but they had a concern. They needed an answer done. Boom. I looked at the chart. I gave them my opinion. I think it was here somewhere today. I do remember. But anyway, so that happens all day, every day. And then trades come up on the fly. Like I get alerts on my screen all the time. People get alerts. Like the teledoc didn't come from me. It wasn't on my radar. Somebody in the chat room was radar. Popped up on their radar and they said, hey, what do you think of teledoc? And it's like, oh, dang, that looks good. So let's do it. And that was the trade for the day. It wasn't my idea. It was somebody else's idea. So what do you put a value on getting your questions answered like right away, plus having hundreds of other people also critique have the ideas from hundreds of other people and share your ideas with hundreds of other people to see if you're right. So if you needed an ear before you did something, or you're not sure about doing something, hey, what do you think I should do? It's like this webinar only all year. So is there a value to that? And what is that number to you? To me, I wish there was this when I was starting. There wasn't this. There was hardly any social media. There was, faxes and stuff and ISDN lines. So, and 96 baud and 14.4 is like, woohoo, and then 28.8. So this is a place where I think we can all grow as traders / investors. I'm learning from you some stuff, and hopefully I can provide help. I have great chart reading skills, but they're all in plain, simple English. I promise you, there's no complicated things. My charts are very simple. So trade alerts, you get what you get. I share at least every day one good idea with videos, and then a whole bunch of other answers that turn into trades for some people, but not others. So not every trade is for every person. So it's hard to answer that. And I don't think you should be asking for that. You should be asking, what's my overall benefit from being in there?
Nic, a beautiful thing that I've been seeing with the chat room, and I know there's a lot of current members here because I've spoken to a lot of them. I actually refer them to these sessions, educational sessions that we do with you. But there's also a couple new people here, and they weren't really there when you got this request for the Chinese stock. So just to give you guys some backdrop here, there were several members that were asking Nic about, hey, should I buy Baidu? Should I buy Baba? They're down so much. How would you trade them? And the response Nic gave was, I'm never gonna forget it. I don't want to trade. I wouldn't trade it, but if you're asking me to give you a type of trade, this is how I would do it. And the chat members banked on that trade. They also banked on the Tesla trade. They banked on the TLT trade, GLD. So these trades are trades that the community brings to Nic. Nic will digest and filter the best way to make that trade. And basically you're getting a trade out of another chat member. So the value there is somewhat endless. And the bigger the community gets, the better, because we all help each other. and it's a truly a learning environment. You know, we have people that are very experienced, people that are starting, we have people that are in between, and we also have people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs, and full-time traders. Nic does put a game plan in the morning, so he's very well structured
Wow.
when it comes to doing the chat room.
Wow. I'm glad you mentioned the TLT. So I didn't look at it today because it's Fed day and I didn't want to react to it because I know I'm emotional. I'm a human being and I'm still long. I didn't, wow, that is a bullish candle. So speaking of candles, I'm long the TLT. I've been long for a while. I locked profits up here, but I stayed long convincingly. If we break through this, it's going to the moon. So here's something. If you do have a job, like you just mentioned, Rodrigo, and if somebody says, pops into the chat room, hey, I missed all day, what did I miss? That's a simple question like this. They'll say, nothing, we've been shooting the breeze, or hey, I just did a video on this. You might want to go check it out, scroll up a little bit, and if it's too far up, I'll just reshare the link to it. And sometimes when I don't answer quickly enough, I can guarantee you somebody in the chat room will jump in and try to help. So it's a good community. I think there's more value in it than what it costs because we bend over backwards in order to make it happen. And if more ideas come from you, more value will be added to it, not taken out of it. And the bigger the group, the better it is. And so far, I haven't had one jerk in there. In fact, there are a couple of jokesters, but they're not belligerent. And we don't discuss politics. We don't discuss religion. So we're all good that way. And we just focus on opportunities and a few jokes here and there and reviewing charts and seeing if there are trades within those charts. Like Boeing had a good day today, and I kind of had to hold back the reins on people because it was moving up and they loved the stock. And I said, hold up, I love the stock too, but it had a great breakout at 244. And then it held on to it a little bit, and then it fell below it convincingly. So now the resistance cluster around it is a problem going up. So let's see how it does against 240 first before you start chasing the up. And if they didn't buy it, if I stopped them from buying it at the open, then I saved them already, $4 or $5 per contract. I mean, per share, which
right.
in calls price, that's a lot of money.
So Nic, and this is basically one stream. Let's just try to separate it into streams of value per se. So you have Nic's picks, you have Nic's digestion of the members' picks, but also I've noticed, and because you also have done this for me, Nic, let's say if I'm underwater on a trade,
yep.
Once you're down so much, it's really just damage control. But I've seen that you've helped a lot of members there where they come to you and they, like Nic, I'm down so much. How can I do damage control?
Yeah.
Now that's an added value that you do provide as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Believe it or not, recently I'm getting a lot of people who try to sell covered calls and then regret it. Hey, how can I avoid it? I don't want to sell my shares. And we work with it week after week because there are ways to dance out of it and continue being long the shares or the calls without having to sell your investment. So that's really valuable to people. I know that. Recently, I had two people come to me with a credit put spread, the bullish position called bull put spread that fell under fire. And I'm drawing a blank on the stock, FUTU, F-U-T-U. And, it had brilliance last 2 days and they chose not to get out of it. So it was green and then the stock collapsed, part of the Chinese debacle. And then it bounced and they didn't get out, hoping it would continue bouncing. Then it collapsed yesterday and then it bounced today. So I kind of reminded them, hey, if you were crying yesterday, there's your relief pop. Take the gift. Don't assume it's going to continue higher or at least get smaller with it. So yeah, there's tremendous benefit from guidance. Not so much advice because everybody's different with risk tolerance, with financial situation, with portfolio. Like I can't tell you when it's appropriate to close a trade. I can just guide you with what I would do in a similar position. So that's, just pinging your ideas off of somebody else is good. And also knowing the chart really, because like in this case, I can tell them with great certainty that I wouldn't buy it going into 240. I think there'll be sellers there. More often than not, that's the case because machines do the trading, and it's pretty predictable these days.
Right. And here's a little something that, I mean, Neil mentioned a bit that, I started as a trader before I did join Benzinga. And I just wanted to share a little bit of that with you guys, because ultimately I feel that you guys can also learn from my mistakes, and I have no mind. I don't mind going over this with you. But when I started, to be honest, I was in public chat rooms, and later I figured out that I was just getting trapped in like pump and dumps. And I really didn't have a good platform for my to do my research. So I had about 30 tabs open. The data was unreliable. It wasn't updated. So, having data that's 30 days expired is really not actionable ideally. So it's kind of like I wasn't using all the tools that were out there, but I really didn't know much about, things like Benzinga Pro that were giving you all this information out there. So didn't have much of a strategy, to be honest. And just like all you guys, I was just looking at charts, and I fell into this thing called vacuum trading, where basically it's one of the main reasons why traders lose money. It's, you are just trading in a room, blocked, not dealing with a community, not getting feedbacks on your trade, not filtering your trade ideas through a mentor like Nick. And it's understandable because not everybody has a mentor. But if you do have the opportunity, not just to get a mentor, but to get an amazing tool like Benzinga Pro, which includes unusual options activity, so you can start looking for sentiment on your watch list or on the Qs, on the SPY, whatever it is that you're looking for. You can filter Benzinga Pro by so many aspects. It really takes a long time to go over all the details because it's such a great tool. Halts, opening gaps, 52-week highs, 52-week lows. You're looking at block trades. Follow the institutional money. Follow the smart money. You're looking at options activity. Let's look at some dates. So let's look if they closed above the ask, if they purchased above, below, under the ask. These are all little details, and the print is really beyond what you're reading. You're reading text, but honestly, digesting that information. This is why Nick is, there basically, because he has decades of experience breaking down the options market, breaking down options trades. And I guarantee you that Nick already knows all the tricks and tips, in his sleeve. So do what is really the best way to do this. Get the education before you really start out trading, because I get plenty of calls about people that, they're down 100, 200 grand. And I'm really asking them, like, how did you start? What did you do? Well, I just went all in with calls and puts. And, somebody with the education, or at least with a mentor, you would have bounced that off with somebody like Nick. And honestly, he just, stop you on your tracks and let you know that that's very risky and you need to be very careful. So as new traders, we make a lot of mistakes. The funny part is that all of those mistakes are the easiest to avoid. But since we're doing this vacuum trading, we're going at Reddit chat boards instead of, a real trading community, a global community like Benzinga. So every chat member here is a verified human being. There's no fake profiles like Reddit or Discord. So I do like that sense. Everybody's very friendly in the chat and we all help each other out.
So we're getting some pro specific questions about the features. Do I get squawk with this promotion? So Adrian is asking about Charlie, Benzinga Charlie, where on the Nick, can you hover your mouse over the squawk and maybe do that little circle thing so people can see where your mouse is?
Where's that squawk?
On the left navigation. It's just down. There it is, up one. Right there. So that's squawk. That is live broadcasted. This is like what if you're on a trading floor. This is what you would hear over the megaphone back in the old day. This is what we've got for you. This is basically screening the news by a professional trader. Definitely Nick's senior in age, but 100% on the ball, sharp. Like this is the squawk is what institutions subscribe to Benzinga for. They pay for our squawk to get fed to them only. So the squawk is very good, and it's just tipping people off to trade. So a lot of people make their money just off the squawk. Do you get the squawk with this promotion? Yes, you get the squawk with this promotion. You get half off for the lifetime of your subscription and squawk with it that whole time. Then there was another question. So yeah, Russ says Charlie on the Squawk is awesome for day trading and scalping. Exactly. So if you want to diversify your trading style, Squawk is there. It's a wonderful, wonderful tool there's nothing else on the market like that. You can quote me on that. There's nothing else on the market like our Squawk.
It's faster than articles, right, Neil? I mean, it's faster for Charlie to say something than for somebody we have hundreds of editors around the world, but it's faster to just say it than to type an article and publish it, right?
Exactly.
Is he on all day?
He's pre-market to aftermarket.
Okay.
So there you go, guys. And then Darius said, drop the link in the chat. The link is in the chat. Let's get that. Okay, Rodrigo, I think you dropped it again.
I'll drop it again. I'll keep dropping it, guys, just because the chat is moving so fast here. I just want to make sure you guys get it.
Yeah, and Russ says the Squawk is faster than CNBC. That's easy.
So
everything in Pro is faster than CNBC.
One thing was said here earlier that you said, I think, that you recognize some of the names here from being members already, which is, if we were offering crap, why would they do that? Right? So they're willing to come here and spend some time, extra time, even though they have the chat room. So that's why you're confident in offering, the no risk guarantee type of deal.
That's right. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. If you guys sign up, you're not stuck. If you don't have the time for it, or you decide that you're not ready to, or you just don't want to trade something that your life changes, whatever, after you sign up, you've got a whole 14 days to let us know.
And we haven't mentioned that, I've been working with Benzinga for over a decade now, and I don't, there's a level of trust to where I can blindly I can expect that the right thing will be done. Like, there's a team supporting us. And if I want to send out a write-up, they're better writers than me. I send the crap write-up and they make it pretty, and then they push it out to you. But so I can rest assured that the job is done properly and on time. Like today, it was great response. For example, the Fed statement was kind of like a wrench. I didn't want to send something out, but I got it ready. And then as soon as I said, okay, it's okay to go out, boom, it was out in seconds. So good team. They will do whatever it takes to get the job done. And we keep adding features based on your recommendations. So good team working for you. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have tried Discord chat rooms or any chat rooms out there. Whatever. There's big ones, there's small ones, there's Telegram, Signal, like those apps where they securely send you trade ideas. I don't know if any of them have support, real-time support, a human on the other side there to help you. A
phone number, a phone call, and an email. So it's not easy what the team does in the background.
Nick, can you click on the little blue circle on the bottom right?
Yep. The chat.
Yeah. So this does a couple things. So number one is, this is how you're going to get, if you want to chat into support, this is how you do it. You can email support, you can call support, you can chat into support. I don't know what's going on with it. This is intercom is going slow. This is not Pro going slow. This is the plugin for intercom going slow. But you can also talk to the news desk. So Benzinga is at its core a news organization. So if you ever have a question about a news headline that's coming into the news feed, you can talk directly to the reporters that are showing up, that are writing the stories that are showing up on all of your brokerages. I don't care what brokerage you're using right now. Open up a brokerage, look at any ticker, just pick some tickers, even cryptocurrencies, and look under them. Look for the news section, and you'll see news by Benzinga. That's because those brokerages pay Benzinga to subscribe for that news, that quality news to help traders trade. This is all of that faster, more streamlined, all in one spot where you can talk to the news desk and have the news broadcasted to you by Charlie on the Squawk. And when you're in the chat with Nick, you're getting those trade setups. So it's every single thing. And again, someone mentioned, think of it like an investment. I think it was Jay again. Jay is really carrying this show on his back. So big shout out to Jay. Think of it like an investment in yourself. Think of it like starting a small business. your trading career is a startup and you want it to grow into a small functioning business. And some people would grow them into enterprises. The idea, though, is that a business has costs. You've got margins, you know that going into trading. But investing in education, investing in being with the right people is everything. It's really everything in business. It's definitely everything in your trading career. So we don't want you to have to do the vacuum trading thing where you're trading alone. We want you to be with a group and make the best investment that you can make in your trading career.
I can comfortably say that a lot of people in the chat room that have been here for a long time and they stick around do a lot of the trading on their own using the same mentality, and they come back to check in and share their trades. And hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? And if they share an open, they share their close, kind of like to hear, yay, good job type of a deal, but they do share the open and close. So it is a community. There is a sense of community. And like the other day, I was a few minutes late providing the plan, and somebody reminded me, Racer X, I think, he jumped in and say, "Where's the plan? I don't see the plan." I was like, "Okay." So I was busy answering a question there, Racer X. Can you just give me a minute? It's coming. It was like 5 minutes late, and somebody was looking for it. But it's good that he was concerned that it wasn't there. He was trying to remind me that I haven't done it yet, because it is possible. I mean, it may skip my mind, or I may be, distracted by something. But that's the kind of community there is. I like it. I love it, actually. And I think you will have a good time in there.
And I just want to give some shout outs to the new members of the Inner Circle chat room, the pro mentorship membership on Benzinga Pro. We've got TL Davidson, Ron Dennis, DL, Ty Living, Leon, X Napalm. That's a crazy name. Well, welcome, guys. Congratulations,
Ron Dennis. Are you Formula One team owner?
Yes, the racing tips Nick off. Congratulations, guys. Welcome. You have made a very good investment. This is an investment I can be sure of. You will be a better, more confident trader, and you'll be happy that you have joined.
Neil, I want to build on what you were mentioning about investing in the education, because it's really an important point that I feel some new traders can, comes in one ear, goes out the other. But ultimately, you do need to invest in yourself as trading. It's just like any other educational field. It's actually, well, not really, because they don't really teach you how to trade in college. They might teach you money management, but they don't teach you about pullbacks. They don't teach you about Fibonacci's. They don't teach you about, resistance and support levels. Mm-hmm. But, doctors don't jump into the ER and wing it either. Architects don't jump into the job site and wing it. So why in the world are you going to try to wing it when it comes to trading with your own money? It defeats the purpose of our lives really going through the educational process. You don't go to fourth grade.
There's going to be tuition, whether you pay it in the form of this or a form of losses. There's going to be tuition. So, yeah, the education piece, I think, is the better selling point. The trade setups will be there. But if you want to judge the results from, okay, what did this trade give or whatever, the credit spread trades that I share, the setups, almost all of them win. In fact, almost all of the trades I share have had at least 10 to 15% profits at one point or another. It depends on when people close them. So the trade results are there, but that shouldn't be the metric by which you judge a success of this community. It's more of the mentality, how you trade going forward. I promise you, you will be a better trader and investor from spending time in my chat room. I can guarantee you that.
I'd say it's the only community that you need to boost your trading skills, because many times subscribers, when they sign up, they tell me, this is exactly what I needed: real education, real mentorship. And Nic Chahine goes out of his way to really do this for you guys. I've seen him here on vacations, on his birthday. Literally, Nick is here every single day, going in the chat room, answering questions. Somebody will ask about one ticker, and Nick will send him a full video with explanation, support, resistance levels, text explaining And you know, the good thing is that other chat members benefit and bank from Nic's feedback to other traders. So I enjoy it a lot, to be honest.
We do spend a lot of time studying and learning, and the process is the same. I share things like this all day, like Qualcomm after hours smack down to the top of the arrow. So at one point I shared this chart, and I had two big arrows here. And after hours tonight, Qualcomm reported, and this light blue line is where it was, exactly where the arrows were. So my background is not Wall Street. I promise you that. I'm an engineer who was after that in finance and marketing and finance, and then an entrepreneur in the .com, and then decided to, you know what? I don't enjoy any of this stuff. I love trading. I jumped into trading, and then I hooked up with Benzinga like 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. So this is learned the hard way for me. So I'm sharing, I've had a few aha moments over the years by talking to extremely, extremely good futures traders who kind of like pulled the wool from over my eyes and said, look at this new world. And we have to pay attention to the charts and the fundamentals, combining the two with logic and then good chart reading skills. The opportunities for mistakes shrink. So you need to develop that, and it doesn't take a high degree in order to understand it. It's plain, simple logic, and I will share it with you over and over and over again. I mean, how many times do you need to see this in order to understand that, hey, okay, certain levels do matter more than others? So it'll be hammered into your brains as to how to look at a chart.
Nic, what would you say are the topics? Because I get a lot of questions about, what's the format for the chat member only sessions on the weekends that you do? This is not it, so you guys know, but what's the format? Because we do have a lot of traders. There are, let's say, beginners, intermediate, advanced, and you somehow piece it all together for all of them.
Okay, so on Sunday morning, 7 o'clock Pacific in California where I'm at, and 10 o'clock Eastern, I hold a webinar style where I share my desktop and I invite anybody who wants to come in. And so far, I haven't had to close the room. I think I'm up to 100 every Sunday, which is pretty incredible. Who wants to spend an hour or two on Sunday looking at charts? But the point of it is to discuss whatever you guys and gals want. And it's usually tickers like we just did. And last weekend, it was 62 to 65 tickers. And what I do is I record my screen for people who can't make it. And usually the beginning of the video, I share like what I think of the week. And sometimes we do a class on something, like what's a call calendar, what's a put calendar, how is it different than the diagonal? We'll spend a few minutes on that. And then we'll just hit the tickers in fast fire fashion. I record it, I flip it, and share it with the people who couldn't make it. So there's an hour and a half video-ish, sometimes more, sometimes less, every weekend. And if you want to attend live and ask questions live, it'll be just like this format with me sharing the desktop. You can do that.
That would include, let's say, recapping on the trades from the week, let's say going over trades for the next week, and pretty much huddling the troops in, like what's the plan, right?
That's actually different. The strategy video is an additional video that I drop in there, which is about 10 minutes long. Hopefully I can keep it. And basically kind of recapping the week and looking into next week. What are the topics? What are the risks, and what are the levels to look for? Like last week, I've been concentrating on a couple of ETFs versus like a couple of sectors versus the obvious what people were looking at. So it's just a good 10 minutes to set the pace for the week. So when during the week I mention something, and if somebody spent the time to watch 10 freaking minutes, they can go, oh yeah, that's what he was talking about. So there's continuity. And every day you see an update about that in the morning and in the afternoon.
The game plan, right? And there's news that comes out. Like there's breaking news that, I mean, you get the breaking news on Pro. You can even get like social media tweets. Like I saw this tweet from Kramer about AMC. I remember, Nic, I got 145% on calls. I forgot to tell you, I actually bought the dip on AMC again. I sold the calls for a quick day trade.
Well, maybe you should tell me when you trade AMC because I don't watch it, so I can just follow you blindly.
I don't have a lot of time to trade, but
I know. You're
I
busy.
go off the technicals. So guys, here's the thing. Nick is going to show you so many great tools for you to use that eventually this will become an instinct to you, and you will be able to take actionable trades, take action on trade ideas that you are looking, because basically you've learned from Nick, and ultimately that has been my foundation with options, right? Like I said, I came in with calls and puts, and Nick really changed the whole world when he brought up the credit put spreads.
Wow.
The way he does it, it's just to me, it's I don't know. Options are very volatile, and calls I just do it for quick trades. But when it comes for, I guess, longer positions, because of theta time, I do like Nick's approach.
So you bought the dip in AMC. That's pretty smart. So this is a relatively short-term chart of AMC. You see that orange line? That shows where the heavy volume is. If you look left, there's the mountain of volume. So it should be support if you're above it. When it falls into it, it's a place where people trade heavily. So if it's falling, that's because there's an imbalance of sellers to buyers. Then it hits a place where they're equal. So it's going to be like a cushion. So that's supportive. So you did the right thing. So dips in AMC on the short term are buyable.
Right. Well,
even though I don't like the company. So
yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. I'm not like 100. Like I know the fundamentals are not there, and I just want to clarify, guys. This is just a trade, but you know what? There's volatility, and you need to be able to profit from volatility if you do have those tools. And ultimately, that's what Nick will give you, the tools that you need to be able to recognize actionable trades. But if you actually do want to stay, because I mean, to be honest, 1 year subscription here, even if you're doing the month to month, it's like an intense course of options. And I don't remember the last time that I had a teacher or an instructor that, would do a private Zoom conference call so that we could get ready, team up, and tackle the next week, or stay after 6 p.m. And I see Nick there just grinding in the morning, at night. So I just keep it open. I always keep the chat room open, because ultimately there's a lot of smart people there, and the trades there, we're banking on those trades. So I'm not missing them. I'll tell you that.
I just want to congratulate MDBS, Kenny, and Curtis with the annual. Thank you so much for joining, Curtis. You guys, we cannot wait to see you. I'm telling you, it's going to be great. Very, very glad to have you guys in. We've also got, let me see. We've also got Brian. Big shout out, Brian. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the chat room. Welcome to the inner circle.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm happy to see people join, because honestly, options is something that a lot of people do dabble, and it's something very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. It's not like trading stocks where you can just hold forever. You buy a call, it's down 15%. Might as well say goodbye to half of your money or more. So
yeah,
it's too fast to react, to be like, oh, what do I do? 2 minutes pass. Like you could be down 20, 30% or more on your call. So if you're not aware of other ways of trading options besides calls and puts, that's fine. You don't know what you don't know. That's something that I really think it's important for us to be aware, to not be too hard on ourselves, because if we don't have a mentor and we don't have somebody with the education in the background to help us filter out, the bad trades that we're thinking of, and to polish the good trades that we might be onto something, you really are not going to have any direction besides the fact that, oh, I'm up 50%, I'm a genius, or oh, I'm down 80%, my life sucks. So that volatility is not good for you mentally either, or psychologically. So you do want consistency. You are not going to finish without consistency. You're going to end up blowing your account if you're doing calls and puts. Just that, like I did twice when I started. So it's not a nice thing, and I mean it seriously. You don't want to blow up your account. It sucks. So get the education before the blowing up the account happens, because it happened to all of us. And honestly, there wasn't something like this when I started trading. I was trying to get on YouTube chats to learn, but I just got ignored all the time. So the fact that we are grinding here every day for you guys, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, any day that Nick has time, because he's very busy on the chat room, we try to book some time here with you guys so that we can go over educational stuff, strategies, and basically help you so that you don't end up, blowing up your account before you learn at least the basics.
Do you guys have any questions? Says by midnight, but Rodrigo tied up here. Can I call him tomorrow about transition from current pro? Rodrigo, can theater guy call you tomorrow?
Theater guy, you can call me tonight. Okay, you don't have to wait.
Sounds like a date.
We'll see who hangs up first tonight. So guys, all right, good question there, theater guy. Thank you. And Rodrigo's information it'll be in the chat. Rodrigo, can you drop that again?
Yep, links in the chat.
And guys, I just got my instance of Benzinga Pro. You guys will notice that it looks a little bit different than Nick's. That's because we have different themes. Nick likes the high contrast theme. I'm using the default theme on Benzinga Pro. And I'm just taking you through. We've got our charting tool here. This is the advanced charting tool. We've got our calendar so this is the ETF, so you won't see anything. But if I open up Apple, you will see all of your earnings dates with all of your data, so you can make informed decisions there. And then everything else you can possibly imagine. Conference calls with the links for every single stock. Dividend dates with the amounts, every single stock.
So they don't have to go to the website of each individual stock in their watch list to go try to find a link. Pro will actually give you the link for that. Wow.
Yes, absolutely. And then Forward World is asking that 173 price point for August, right? Yes. So if you get in now, that half off discount code that's applied on the link that we're giving you, it's Nic50. It's pre-applied. That will go on for the lifetime of your subscription. So you're getting half off for life. So if you get it now, that's half. Then it's the same price in August, same price in the next month, and so
we got a lot of shout outs, Neil. We got a lot of, well, congratulations, guys. First of all, I'm so happy that you guys are taking the education seriously. Neil, is it shout out time? We got so many people here joining right now.
Oh yeah, let's go.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, so I want to give a big old shout out to Ronald. Right, and who took the name Raging Bull? I wonder if that's actually a Raging Bull. So shout out to Raging Bull. Thank you for joining us. Going down, we've got Diaz with two Z's. Thank you very much. Welcome. We've got Anthony, Christopher, and TJ. Thank you so much for joining. You're gonna love it. Guys, here's what the chat room looks like when you're in the default color settings and contrast settings. It's very easy. It depends on whatever your vision is like. We're trying to make it easy so you can make these fonts a lot bigger. So I've zoomed in a little bit. Nick likes them really small. He's got great vision. So we've got the Benzinga
2020.
Really?
Well, thanks for an operation. Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot you did LASIK. Okay. So this is the chat room. Very, very easy to navigate. Very, very lively. There is always something there for you. I just accidentally went back. So I'm hopping back into the platform. And then one of the really cool things that Benzinga Pro has that we invented, you can see this on Yahoo Finance, and you can see it on TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade actually told us it was the best, it was the most complimented addition that they ever got from a partner to their platform, which is the why is it moving data. So any stock or any ETF that you're ever looking at that has some unusual price activity, we are going to give you a 1 to 2 sentence answer to why is it moving. That's in Benzinga Pro. So if you're looking at perhaps Baba is selling off, which I'm not sure because it's been selling off for a couple of days. Oh, there you go. We're looking at Alibaba. Shares of several Chinese companies are trading higher, rebounding from weakness caused by regulatory concerns regarding education technology companies and also concerns over the U.S.-China relationship. So this is just the news desk just completely covering the stock market. So you always have the answer to the fundamental question. Why is that thing moving?
And that is, just so you guys know, the why is it moving tool. This is literally, we have a team of people, and I want to give a great shout out to Randy, shout out to Tyree, shout out to the entire news desk department, because they're doing this day in, day out from 4 a.m. till midnight, literally catching this and giving you the reason why it's moving. So huge shout out to Randy and the news desk team.
So here I want to chime in on this feature. So I don't listen to news ever anymore. I refuse to, because I just don't like. There's no more reporting. They're telling us what happened in their own words, this side and that side, and it's just disgusting from both angles. This is pure facts. I don't have to listen to anybody. I click on the chart. There it is. Two sentences, lays it out. It doesn't say why this is happening, like from a philosophical perspective or anything.
No opinions,
It's
facts.
just pure fact. There's some political things going on, and they're under fire, period, end of story. And they don't try to say because somebody said this or somebody said that. Just the facts, ma'am, as they used to say on TV.
Nick, and that's really something I do like. And just to be clear, guys, a lot of people join the options mentorship literally not even to trade, just the education, because they want to learn from a mentor. Other people don't even trade options and they still sign up. Why? Because of Nic's analysis, his fundamentals, his technical approach. I'm lucky enough to work here that I get the newsletters and I read his thought process. He does it. He has, an options newsletter here, but basically what I'm trying to get at is that Nic's analysis is that good that people who don't trade options even join. So even if you're starting out, it's important for you to know about options. Options move stocks. It does have a big impact, and it does give you important data points that maybe you don't understand when you're starting. But if you get the education, you will be able to know what that means. So to me, to the untrained eye, it might not mean a lot, but to the trained eye, it's gold, pieces of nuggets, that really give you that insight.
And one thing you should probably do is turn off CNBC because it's misleading. And I used to watch it all day, every day for years, and then I have not watched it all of 2021. Zero.
There's a few good people out there. Josh Brown.
No, I'm not saying anything about the people, but what it makes us do as traders. FOMO is really the cause of most mistakes. And it is, they feed into it because that's how their business model works. So it elicits emotions in people in order to watch more and click more. So we will make trading mistakes. It's better to read the headlines, go find out the facts from a trading platform, from a news source like Benzinga Pro, because there's mostly no opinion there, just coming up with facts and so stinking fast. Like, I don't watch CNBC when companies are reporting anymore. Like when Facebook reported, I just watch for those beautiful blurbs telling me the actual results. I don't need somebody's opinion of these results. I just need the results. And there they are. Boom, one paragraph. This sales revenues this year versus last year versus expectations. Bottom line versus this year, last year, and expectations. That's all I need. And practice that. And this platform frees you from having to watch other people's opinions. You have the tools. That's the advantage of being in this modern age. And I'm seeing the shout outs in the chat room here now. I think it was Russ who mentioned, Russ mentioned that he was he signed up and he did Baba, made $300 in 15 minutes or whatever. So good job. And it's good to see some people that are about my age recognizing the reference that I said, just the facts, ma'am. So shout out to them. Hey, old people.
So here's some quick facts. Mildred, thank you so much. Welcome to the family, Mildred. I saw you shout out in chat. You are on board. You are in. And then Lisa, welcome. Those are the two latest. Welcome to the family.
Also, Stan, ST Tan is asking over and over, I think, can they use an iPad?
Sorry, Stan. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought so, but I didn't want to answer.
Yeah, we're constantly improving Pro. We've made some recent improvements to make it much more responsive for iPad and phone in general. So yes.
And I do want to emphasize a little bit, because I know that some people, when they're starting to trade, they don't understand the players in the game, right? The different roles that the different players, you got hedge funds, you got, investment firms, you got the news, you got the media, you got a lot of players, retail, Wall Street bets. There's a lot of different instruments here, but ultimately the main thing to remember about Benzinga Pro, it is pretty much a global database of breaking news that you can filter by, like, literally to the dot, to your watch list, different watch list But on top of that, remember, we're a financial media company. That means that Benzinga has the relationships with all of the PR companies, with all of the companies that release breaking news, because that's ultimately what we are. We are not an investment firm. We're not TD Ameritrade. We literally are the center of the news. So the whole ecosystem that Neil was touching on, basically where we help retail get the breaking news, even if they're in a different brokerage, where we do license that out to them. Literally the whole ecosystem is really just a benefit for you. I don't know if we touched on this, but we do have Benzinga exclusives. And that's something that I always, I can filter that in my watch list also. So that means that a company will have a special announcement and they would like to release the news with Benzinga directly. So the source of the news is Benzinga. So we're not sharing news from another place like, Global Newswire or anything like that. We're literally breaking the news ourselves. And our pro members, they love that because ultimately we do interviews in a very thorough manner, different from what you see in other news organizations. So, I have seen that. I've seen that with ALF. We had a great run there. Stock went from like $3 to like 22. That's ALF. I think Luke was there. Luke has been pounding the table on the stock. ALF is a great company. They did a Benzinga exclusive with us. There's so many other companies that do this. So basically my goal is that I just want to show you the full ecosystem of Benzinga. It really is a tool that includes every player in the game, right? And that ultimately is what you want because you benefit from that, right? The big companies that offer all the services, they give you a nice bundle, they give you a good deal, they get you everything, right? So that's where Benzinga is right now. It's a leader in breaking news and a great educational tool so that you can start taking your financial education seriously.
So I want to give a shout out to Katya. Those are some nice words. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You have a lot of fans here, Nick. I get emails too, and they're like, "Hey, tell Nick I thank him for that." And they're always like, "Nick, I banked on that," and that TLT trade, Nick, it just keeps going.
Well, that was a thesis. There was no trigger on that one.
Remember Joel? Joel?
Yeah. That was a thesis. I called bull on what the experts were saying, and I took the other side of the trade, and it's playing out well. So let's hope it works out with the dollar. I have the same thesis on the dollar, but it hasn't paid well enough yet, so I'm waiting for it to play out.
And I remember several months ago, Nick, you came out with this trade, and everybody on CNBC and Bloomberg and all these other news organizations were taking the opposite side of the trade. And then suddenly we start seeing that, well, you're already up so much on these credit put spreads that you actually gave out to the chat members for TLT. And suddenly now all the big organizations, they start taking, it's like they're listening to your
so first they tried the yields are not going to, they're not going to fall that much, and then they tried to use the technical golden cross or whatever the heck they called it, something is coming up. I was like, I don't care, I'm staying in my trade. And then it played out. So speaking of trades, today, if it's okay, we can go back to quickly share another opportunity that came up from somebody in the chat room today. So it's Humana, HUM, that's Humana, right? So anyway, it was falling out of bed, and they brought it to my attention. I was like, dang, that's another trade I can do. So I'll probably write it up tomorrow with a video because it's worth looking at. And you mentioned how you buy a call and then you lose a whole bunch of money on that call. You can look at an options chain from Humana and see how much money you can lose so quickly if you just buy and hope without a strategy. You got decimated if you bought calls for this week in Humana over the earnings report. And by the way, if you think you know how the earnings reaction is going to happen, I'm going to tell you here, you are 100% wrong. Nobody knows. You can be sure they can hand you the P&L last night and say, you trade that successfully tomorrow better than a coin flip, and you can't, because we don't know how people are going to react to it. I've seen Apple, they clobbered their earnings. What did they do? They dropped. And they couldn't hold the pop. I knew from last night they were going to drop because the pop didn't even beat the day before. So it came within 3 cents or 5.50, not even 149.33 versus 1.20 cents. it missed the prior day high by 20 cents. And it was like, if they were really serious about this pop, they will hold it, and they couldn't. So,
and that's another thing you do, because honestly, I was always a directional trader with earnings, meaning I bought a call and next day I was either rich or broke. But you play it differently, right? So you do that for the chat members, right? You really
I don't gamble. I don't guess. I don't guess. If I don't have an edge, I don't do it. Sometimes I take a fun trade that's a guess, but I label it as such, and I usually make it very tiny, small amount of money. It's like a lottery ticket. Nobody cries over $10, right? So I take a small trade every once in a while that's a hunch, just to have fun with it a little bit. But you know, I have a friend who can lay 30 grand on something on a coin flip. That's not me. You know, he can make a ton of money one day, but he can also lose a ton of money the other day. So,
and I see this every day, Nick, and that's kind of why I just want to go harder every day with the education that we're doing here for you guys, because it makes a difference in people's lives. Believe it or not, it does. Getting that call is not nice. Like asking me like, hey, I bought, you know, so much money in calls and I'm down so much. And, you know, my question is, did you review the trade with Nick? No, I just subscribed and I went and did my own thing. So we got to follow the mentor per se. We're really new to trading, because when you do those things on your own out there, and it's not just doing it on your own really, but at least getting that filter through Nick is the first thing that I would say to get started. So you know where your weaknesses are, right? Maybe you're good on two things. Maybe you're good on picking the time, right? You know, with options, there's a lot of factors. Maybe you can pick when it's going to be by that point, but maybe you don't know, you know, the level, the strike price. So find your weaknesses by bouncing your ideas through a mentor. This is basic common sense, guys. Like if you go to school, you talk to your teacher, you know, you figure out what's going on, like how can you improve? It's the same concept here, basically.
Yep.
And I've been exploring Benzinga Pro a lot while you guys were talking. Hopefully, I'm showing
Was that you?
guys some feature sets. Yeah, that's me. Hopefully, I'm showing you guys some feature sets. I am zoomed in a little bit. It might look a little bit cramped while I'm doing that. That's just because I'm zoomed in, so you guys can see it on your YouTube screens. Let's see if we let me refresh here. There we go. Congratulations, D-Wing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Rookie Stocks, welcome. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the family. Congratulations. All right, guys. So we got a little Tesla, Microsoft, Apple all smashed earnings and dropped. It's called manipulation.
It's called wrong expectations.
Tell me about it.
So they blame the stock versus they blame themselves. The only reaction, so here's proof positive that the quality of the report does not dictate how the stock will trade the next day. Okay, think back to the last bad earnings from Apple or Google or Facebook or Amazon, any of the big caps. I can't think of one for 5 years, maybe. One bad report. Yet, if you look back, it's a coin flip reactions to the earnings. Do you need any more proof that you cannot guess the direction the next day based on the quality of the earnings? All of them were great, yet half of them were bad. So it's just, don't try to do it. You can't guess overnight. You think you have the edge, but you don't, because I've seen great reports get hammered and bad reports get celebrated. Like GE a while back rocketed on a less bad because the expectations were so horrible that they came out with bad, not horrible. Woo, the stock goes to the moon as a reaction. Of course, it gives it back up. But that was like a year ago, I think. I can't remember exactly when. I remember CAT 3 years ago deliver a crushing report and then get hammered 25% down because the CFO said something at the end of the call, something like, I think we've hit the high water mark for the year. There goes 25%, took the whole sector with it. So, you never know. You never know.
In today's market, and this is something that gets mentioned, but I feel that sometimes we forget it.
Give me the screen back. Give me the screen back.
All right. From the microphone. There you go.
Okay, so check this out. This is the chat room right now. Somebody's popping in with a question. He wants to know Amazon 3700 call option. So this is the kind of engagement that you have. After hours, before hours, during hours, somebody's doing something in there. So I'll say we'll get back to you.
Shout out to Giancarlo. I spoke with him earlier today, and I'm glad that he's here taking the education here. He's an existing member, but he's still coming for the education. So Giancarlo, we definitely will help you with that.
So this is the kind of community we have. They pop in. If I'm here, I'll answer. If I miss it, they'll ask again. So
welcome, Lauren. Congratulations. William, welcome.
So I want to show you the decimation that can happen if you wing it in options. They say options are more dangerous than stocks. I'm going to dispel this myth. They can be, of course, because they present a bigger bang for the buck. Therefore, they present a bigger punch when you're wrong. It's like fighting a heavyweight, right? If you win, it's an incredible achievement. But if you lose, you're out. Here's Humana today. It's down 5 or 6%. Somebody that bought the calls yesterday, thinking they knew how their stock was going to react, they paid $2,500 for this call. Today it's worth $300. So yesterday, $2,500. Today it's only worth $300, and only 5 or 6% drop in the stock. Now the other side of the story is, what if somebody did the opposite? So yesterday they bought a put. Now it's a double, or more, actually quintuple. So it is easy to win big and to lose big. And now let me prove to you how they're safer. Okay, so let's say I don't own Humana and I see Humana fall this big. I look at the chart, it's like, woo, okay, so that's fallen enough into a level that it could be support. This level is significant from prior times. It's not the absolute bottom, but it's close enough. On a bad day, the puts are hot, so maybe I can trade this. So instead of buying shares and risking $440, what can I do? I can say, you know what? I would love to own it at $395. So let me show you a visual right here. So that's another drop from the close. Let me stop that phone. Thank you.
Was that like a dial phone? Like
it's a landline, dude. It's a landline.
Dude. I haven't heard that sound since 2005.
Yeah, I can't convince the family to get rid of the landline. I don't know why. So 395 is right here. So that is another 10% drop from here. So instead of buying the shares out here, instead of just spending the money to buy the shares out here, on a bad day, I can get paid $700 to promise that I would buy the shares at 395. So somebody that buys a share here and the stock falls to 395, they've already lost another 10%. For me, I don't start losing until $7 lower than this. So how is this not safer? So options in this case, used properly, are safer than the alternative of using stocks. Somebody that buys willy-nilly and hope it works out, okay, they're at a disadvantage maybe. So it is how you use the options and in what manner that makes it risky or not risky. So it's what you do with the information that deems it risky. You have a chance to lose faster with options if you're not careful. But if you are very consistent and diligent, you will have more successes on your hand than just buying and hoping.
Consistency. Back to the consistency, right?
Yeah, base hits. That's what you're looking for. If you swing every time you're at bat for a home run, you're going to have good highlights, but a whole bunch of disappointments in between, versus somebody that, hits a high rate, base hits, a single, a double, all the time. So I prefer, like in racing terms, I go back to the sports I like. In racing terms is, if I place throughout the whole season top 5, I'm going to win the championship or be in the mix. If I win races here and there and crash out the rest trying to win the races, I probably won't ever win a championship.
That's an amazing point, because it brings me back to the same thesis here. You're doing calls and puts. Nick, what's the number? 80-90% of them expire worthless, right? I got better chances playing the lottery. I'm going to go play the lottery because I got more chances doing that than just buying calls and puts here, guys. So that's the main point of this, guys. We want to give you the education. We want to give you the tools that you need to become a better trader. And we know those tools are not out there. How do we know? Because Benzinga is made of traders. This is a company that we have a lot of traders because we'd like to understand our customers. The tools that you see on Benzinga Pro, they didn't come out of thin air. We take feedback so seriously that whenever a member, or not even a member, just does a recommendation, we add tools like that. So a lot of the beta tools that you see there were literally a la carte. Customers asking for it, and we delivered. Shout out to Bert Ross, our department of coding and development in the back. There's so many people that work hard to bring this product to you, from the front end to Nick, Neil, myself, to the coders on the back end, and everybody else in between. We have Jacob on support, Serena helping with the laptops. So this is pretty much a full effort of a lot of people to bring you the education. We know it's not out there, so we're doing our best job that we can to give this to you before you go out and try to get some lottery tickets, guys. It's that simple.
Somebody's asking me to check on Hanu. What the heck is that? Is that a crypto?
You're falling for it.
Oh.
Chinese stock?
No, it's like cryptocurrency. You would have to do /USD probably, but it depends on.
Oh no, I can find it on what market do you want me to it on?
You're falling for it.
Okay, never mind.
Hey, just a reminder, guys. We are all for crypto. There are so anyone. I'm not knocking this one. I don't know anything about Hanu, but anyone can make a cryptocurrency, right? Rodrigo and I can knock it out tonight, and then we can start hopping on streams tomorrow and saying, "Check out this cryptocurrency."
Wait! I have a great idea for you. You guys, we need to talk offline. I was today. Poof! Epiphany. I'm not kidding. You remind me, Neil.
I'll remind you. But if it's about Zing coin, we already have it.
No.
Okay, all right.
It's not about you, man. Just go.
It's usually about me. All right, fine. All right, so it's not a gaming stock. Yeah, I know. So we get a lot of folks in here trying to pump shitty.
I see. Whoops. Beep.
I swear, I don't care. So guys, questions about the platform, about the experience, about the people you'll be with, trading with, about the team. Crypto, I love you.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, Nick, really quick. I know that you do this thing, Nick, about the imbalances, and I actually just started doing it today. So, I mean, you're familiar with the advanced newsfeed, how we can filter it out. Neil, you're the expert with the advanced newsfeed. What did we do last time? We searched contracts, awards, FDA approvals. Like, I'm only getting the best of the news if I filter it that way, right? So,
yeah. So the idea with the advanced newsfeed is that if you can screen for a stock based on parameters like its price, or its volume, or its relative volume, or its float, or its sector. All of those things that you would typically use in a screener or a scanner, we want you to be able to do that with the news. So if you only want news about penny stock, biotech stocks, you can filter the news that way, and you can set alerts. You could even set alerts for certain things like trial or met primary endpoint. Key phrases that show up in headlines right before the stock rips. So that's just one instance of using the advanced newsfeed, which you can see on the top left of the left navigation on Nick's window. He's in chat right now, but you can see that in Benzinga Pro. It's in beta right now because we're still introducing a lot of other ways that you can filter the news. So think of a screener that you'd use anywhere, like FinViz, whatever. You can screen the news with Benzinga Pro. Can't do that anywhere else.
On steroids. And now the one thing, Neil, we're just going over basic, like general topics that you and I know about trading, like FDA approval, drug clearance. But you know what? There's a lot of people that in this chat that have different professions, people that have different job occupations, and they know better than we do because they have an edge. Everybody has an edge. You need to figure out what your edge is. So like, let's say if I'm in construction, I have an edge with certain construction equipment stocks, or with certain companies like, let's say, Lennar, different companies that are related. You have insights, right? Everybody here has an edge, but ultimately, if you are able to filter that in a newsfeed, you already know what you're looking at. You have more than anybody else. So if you have that edge, this is amazing to just filter everything.
And Lauren, who just joined, had a question. So Nick, do you have a scheduled time frame that we should get on Benzinga Pro to follow you, or where do we go? So Lauren, the first place you're going to want to do is just go to the chat that's highlighted on Nick's screen right now. So that's Benzinga Options Inner Circle. So you're going to click the chat, which is the bottom icon on your left navigation bar, and you're going to open up the chat so that you can pick the Benzinga Options Inner Circle. And then Nick, as soon as you're done getting this out, what would you say is a good sort of schedule for a new member to keep up with what's going on in chat?
First of all, that depends on their schedule. I'm going to assume that they're free and they can decide when to pop in. Be sure to be in the morning to see the plan for the day. And if you can't, then when you do pop in, you can say, hey, Nick, do you mind resharing the plan for the day? It's easy for me to grab it and post it again. In fact, I did it twice today because I saw some people that popped in and had missed it. So you want to know what's going on for the day, and then you want to pop in at a time somewhere in the middle of the day, because that's about when I share a video of a setup of sorts. Like today was Teledoc. Here's the video. And you can just pop in at any point in time and say, what did I miss, type of a situation. Or I'm looking at the stock. What can you tell me about it right now? I'm thinking about buying a call. Like this person just popped in and said he made a mistake, bought calls in Amazon. He's down 42%. And that just breaks my heart because I don't want to look as to how much they paid for that call going into an earnings report. So clearly that person is not listening to me.
You see, I'm not making this up. The calls and the people with the examples, it's people are doing.
It's heartbreaking because it's an expensive stock I'm going to go look. He said for this 3,700 Amazon. So if the person that just asked this from here, the webinar, they can pop in at any point in time. They should I don't have a set schedule like between this hour and that hour I do this. Except it's religious. Before 6 o'clock in the morning, I want to put out the plan for the day. 6 o'clock my time. So half hour before the open, you would have the plan for the day. And then the open happens, and I usually comment and answer questions all day. Somewhere in the middle of the day, I put out a video with a trade setup, and then we could continue back to tracking the market. I track the fast action, but I don't comment a lot about it because I don't want to turn it into that. I want to keep it an educational piece. And if somebody wants to ask me about like today, somebody specifically asked me about a fast setup in Disney, and I shared the fast setup in Disney. I said, I don't know how you define fast, but here are the lines on the 5-minute chart. So back to this poor person who's actually asking about the 3,700 call. Boy, I can't even see it. So let's go to 3680. So 3,700, he's down $800 from yesterday. But he said he's down 40%, so I don't know where he got in. Regardless, it's still $3,700 for one call. And Amazon reports earnings on Thursday night. So Friday's open. Could be 4,000, could be not. I can tell you one thing. I did share a trade setup a thesis on Amazon saying on a weekly basis, it's broken out and it should go to 4,200. That still is the case. Once they broke out of this, they should be headed to like somewhere up here, kind of like NVIDIA did. On a weekly basis, NVIDIA did the same thing. They broke out of a top and then they did this. So Amazon has that opportunity, if not for the stupid earnings report. It's a wild card, and hopefully it just, if it survives the neckline, then that scenario is more likely. So he's probably trying to chase that. But I didn't do anything with that because of the earnings report. I'm willing to miss it out. And certainly not with naked calls. I would have done. In fact, I did say if I were to do this, I would do call spreads or credit put spreads. So, tough answer for that.
Oh, someone step on a cat back there, Nick?
Not here.
No,
That's not me.
Oh
It's-
yeah, I forgot.
It's my cats. Yeah.
I don't have cats. See, they say I'm a dog person. They say dogs have people and cats have staff. It's like, don't bother me unless you want to feed me. You can scratch my neck a little bit, but then that's it. Get away
Yeah,
from me.
yeah. All right, Nick, but they're so cute.
Cats
They
are the
cute.
best
Kittens are
pet for
cute.
traders. If you're a trader, you need a cat, not a dog. You need a cat. They're chill. They play around with you. It's the perfect trading pet. We're gonna start selling cats here, so you guys know. 50% off. Neil hooked it up. We're gonna give you guys one cat each. All right. Send delivery address, please.
PETA might have an issue with that.
And just for clarity, we're not selling cats. Let me sign up for anyone that's wondering. All right, guys, that deal is still open. It expires at midnight. It is half off monthly and annual. If you get an annual, you get a free laptop. If you get the monthly, it's just $173.50 per month for the lifetime of your subscription. You are actively trading options with high probabilities. Nick, can you do me a favor and go back to E-Trade and show me an example of how you construct an options trade that and show the probabilities of success, right?
Okay.
Like I want to circle back to that definition of risk,
Yeah.
and then having a clear idea of what the reward is going to be.
Okay.
Actually, a literal down to the tick
All
idea
right.
of what the reward is.
So we said that the risk reward, the risk is defined in two ways. I take a financial risk in this case, and I know the maximum I could lose, and then the percentage of success is the other part that I actually manage. So in this case, I'm going to use Humana because it's hot off the press here, and if I wanted to actually take a risk on it, I could sell a put spread. And I'll explain it really quickly to define it again. So I'm basically taking risk, saying that price will not fall to here in the next 50 days. And if it does, I suffer the consequences. In fact, I'm going to bring it up a little bit. So the odds are slightly over 80% that this will not happen, so I will be successful. And to win, I just need price to stay above here. So my odds are about just over 80%, and I collect a reward, and my maximum risk is 4.2 for me to collect 0.8. So theoretically speaking, this is a 19% yield on my money at risk. So that I know the maximum scenario. If it goes to zero, I know how much I'm going to lose, so I can sleep tight knowing that I didn't risk the world for it. And I have a specific success ratio, success percentage from the delta. Notice I haven't mentioned anything about delta, theta, gamma, vega, nothing, because it's really nonsense. It's just plain simple English. So the delta column gives me the success ratio. If you think about it, this is current price, and it's about 50.5, right? The further down I go, it drops, it drops, it drops. The chances of that occurring are low, getting lower and getting lower. Same thing on the call side. Call side is about 50% at current price, 0.5. The further up I go, the chances drop that happening. So this is current price. The delta is coin flip. I don't have an edge. But if I'm selling risk and I go down all the way down here, I literally have an edge. I have an 80-20 in my favor for the buyer. So somebody that actually is buying this from me is taking the lottery ticket. I'm selling them a losing lottery ticket, hopefully. That's how I see it. The buyer, this is the buyer, this is the seller. Me, the seller, I collect money. They give me the money, and we let time tick. Time is my friend. Tick tock, tick tock. I want nothing to happen. I win. They need a big drop.
I love that.
They need a big drop.
Yes.
So I have literally the edge. And that brings us full circle to the definition of risk. These are boring, supposed to be boring trades. How does this go wrong? You wake up and Humana has been regulatory fined for this or prosecuted for that. This can happen, but that can happen for any stock. And if you own shares, you're down just as much. Here, at least, I know my maximum risk is $4.20.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the idea, guys. So you know that you're going to get Benzinga Pro for half off. You know that half off is going to last for the lifetime of your account, and you know that Nic is going to teach you how to construct these trades based on good picks. It's one thing to understand how to make these trades and know your probability of success. Understand the magnitude and depth of risk, the two components there, but also how to look at the charts and identify timing and which stock, the timing and which levels. And you know that's what you're going to get.
What
high
you're
probability of success.
You're going to get what not to do. That's step one. If you can, I bet you most of you have never been wrong. You just had bad timing, either too early or too late, too early getting in and too late getting out type of a deal. So we're good at picking the right stocks. We're just not so good at not doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. Oh, I'm convoluted here. Basically, well,
we suck at sucking. We're just winning all the time, Nic. That's all we're good at.
Hey, it's what time is it now? 7:30. I've been sitting in this goddamn chair since 4:15 in the morning. Okay, yeah. I know it's a new comfortable chair, but screw it. I'm done with that. So anyway, the easy way to win is to stop making the wrong decisions, like buying calls, naked calls into a coin flip Amazon week, for example. It's an unfortunate mistake. It could have been a great win, a 40% win in 3 days or whatever, however long he's had it, but he had no edge. So I'm just blaming the decision-making process of jumping in this big without real edge and not having a stop. So why did it get to a loss of 40%? Was it down today? Was Amazon? No, it was flat. So I'm not sure how he got down 40%. Was it down yesterday?
No thesis, no trade, Nic.
Oh,
right?
yesterday. Yeah. So yesterday, Amazon was down a little bit. So his damage happened yesterday. So chances are he bought it going up here at what point? So when something is rallying into a prior fail, like Neil said, he just looks left now and he sees that maybe I should wait out a little bit and see what happens.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask Nic about this.
Yeah. This is where we all fall into the trap, Neil, where we're just like looking at the chart and we're like, oh my God, I got to get in, right? I mean, it's happened to all of us. We're impatient. When it comes to money, we change. We're not the same people. That's why you really got to ground yourself on reality, on fundamentals, and get feedback. Otherwise, you're just going to have euphoric mindset, about getting in or getting out of a stock. And, as traders, new traders, even experienced traders, it happens to everyone. That's why, having a community there that'll filter things out for you, that will give you that feedback, right? Filtering the trades by things maybe that you missed or other ways to trade it. That happened to me. I was asking Nic, what's a good way to play calls on this? Nic, right off the bat, I wouldn't even do a call here. So, right, he'd do something else. And that's really what opens your mind to different ways, different financial tools, financial vehicles, so that you can play options regardless of what way it's going, and you can limit your risk on top of the limiting your risk that you already do by buying calls and puts with spreads. You are able to at least protect your trade or investment.
Absolutely.
So Nic is grinding in the chat room. You see, guys, it's a reality. I know it sounds like a dream, and at first to me, I thought it was, but no, it's not a dream. Nic is actually going above and beyond for all you guys early in the morning. And you know why it is? It's not because Nic does this on his own. The man is passionate about education. Nic is passionate about teaching you guys and helping you guys get better in your options trading. That is the ultimate goal here, helping you step up your options trade, get off those Reddit boards, get off, these places that you just get pumps and dumps. Start trading with a verified real community. You're all on the same boat at the end of the day here. We're all using Pro, the best tool out there, right? We're all trading Nic's trades. We're all getting his feedback. And I learn from other questions that you guys are putting out. So let's say Joe is asking about a specific trade. Well, Nic will answer that particular trade scenario, and it's an actionable trade, and the community benefits from it. So we all learn together from each other, and that is what you want. Okay, these are not chat rooms where you have fake profiles, spreading fake news and all that stuff. This is a verified Benzinga chat member community. And on top of that, we have the weekend sessions where Nic goes, if you think we're going hard here, you haven't seen Nic on the weekends. Like, he runs that thing, you know, by himself, and full chat member access, open forum, ask about questions, beginner questions, intermediate questions, and experienced traders, right? If you're experienced, who do you want to bounce your trades off? Somebody who just started, or a mentor like Nic? Obviously, Nic, he's at your caliber. That's really where you need to be looking at once you're at that level. So this goes to all people, people that are starting, in between, or advanced options traders.
So doing homework, these are the tickers that are on my table today to see if I can trade some. I've got a lot of no's, a lot of yeses, not yet, and some maybes, and some meh. Those are no's. So not because they're not good, because they're just not tradable for me right now with any certainty. They're at all-time highs or threatening. So as far as knowing what to do and what not to do, this is a live chart from the futures contracts that are already trading. So we're having a little bit of a correction overnight correction of minus 0.17%. So this was the flash low, and this is where they just went. That's normal. And if somebody buys puts right here or starts to bail out on longs, they're making a mistake. That's where buyers are. Now they bounced, right? So you want to see if that fades and comes back to here. Now you start to panic, because if you lose that, you get a ladybug. No, it's an inverse cup and handle. I call it ladybug because it looks like one. And then it grows legs. If you lose this, it just goes down if you lose it. But the assumption is that it holds until it doesn't. So trading versus investing. So what was the other question here? What about me? I lost your question, Giancarlo. Do credit spreads, do you recommend me to follow the buy call and risky? Oh, no. Hit me tomorrow. Okay, so somebody is asking, maybe somebody in here has the same question. They can't do credit spreads. So sometimes I can accomplish the same thing using a debit spread. In fact, this came out of the chat room today. Somebody said, can I do an in-the-money debit spread to short a stock and have it act like a credit call spread, which is a bear call spread? I said, absolutely. I can't believe they came up with it on their own. So I was very proud of that. So their account doesn't allow them to sell spreads, but he can buy spreads. So that was insane that he found out on his own. And he basically buys an in-the-money put spread. Let's say it's $5 wide. And since there's still time on the clock, its value is only $4. So he's risking $4 because he's paying $4 for that. And then if price stays below the place where he bought, then he can price out the complete 100. So then it becomes $5 instead of $4 that he paid, and he made $1. So that's time is his friend, just like a credit call spread. That's the only time where a debit spread, time is your friend when it's in the money. So that was pretty inventive. So that's what I'm going to tell this guy tomorrow. Giancarlo.
Yeah, I spoke to Giancarlo today, and actually Giancarlo is an active member. We spoke several weeks ago, and it's just, the typical example, right? Somebody that's really taking their education seriously. They really want to learn. Ultimately, this is the best bang for your buck that you're going to get for options. You're getting Benzinga Pro, which is an amazing tool composed of a global community of traders, investors, crypto traders, apes, everything. And on top of that, you get all the tools with Nic Chahine, who is the options mentor. So remember, options is not only for trading options. Options is a great sentiment indicator. And on top of that, the people that I've met that trade options, they do harder due diligence because it's the volatility there.
So you just mentioned something. I can't believe I haven't mentioned it. Did you know that you can tell what the market makers expect for the price action? In other words, if you tell me, hey, what do you think Apple's going to do this week? How far, what are the chances of Apple going up or down? I'll tell you, let's look at the options and see what the market makers think it can do. The market makers think it can move about $2 between now and Friday, up or down. Okay, so this information is right here. I just peeked at this, and I can tell you that with confidence. And the market makers are rarely wrong. So if you're looking to buy a call in Apple, you don't want to buy it further up than $2 away. Then you're just outside of the sandbox that the experts are telling you you shouldn't do. It could go there, but odds are it won't. So if you're looking to get long Apple by buying a cheap call, I wouldn't buy the 148 or higher. I would do the 146, 147 maybe, but that's 2 days. And so it's a fast trade. Somebody going up and buying these, it's highly unlikely it's going to happen because that's what the market makers are telling you.
Right. And this goes back to the fundamentals of what you're doing, Nick. You don't trade against the house. You don't trade against the big money. You trade with it, right? Can you explain a little bit how you do that?
Yeah, exactly. So when you go to a casino, thank you, Forward World, for signing up and thanking me. So when you go to the casino, if you're going to beat the house, you're probably going to lose because they exist because you can't beat the house. So you can get lucky every once in a while. In options, there are tricks that you can do where you can trade along with the market makers. And that's my complete philosophy. All of my trades allow for the market makers to win as well. My trades do not require for the market makers to lose money. In fact, they will defend my positions for me. So that's the trick where I have an edge. And for that, I forego the home runs. They come every once in a while, like last night, but that's not what I seek. So I want consistent, predictable action from my portfolio. I open a trade with confidence, 85% certainty, theoretically, and I want it to stay that way. The only way I will lose money is there's a shock, and boom, the thing drops out of the blue on some shock headline. I had a trade open in Futu, and it was winning. It was great. And then one day the headline came out. Boom! Not the headline. The Chinese stocks come under fire. Freaky event, and now it's recovered. So they do happen. We do have losses like that for somebody that tries to milk it. But by design, the trades are designed with 85 to 92% certainty, and that's what they deliver. So I like that.
Okay. And we still have about 200 people here so they're definitely, interested in learning more. So we're going to drop the link here, guys, so that we can make sure you can get in before midnight. So just to do a quick recap here, you're going to get Nic Chahine, the options mentor, and he's a lot more things than that, to be honest. Educator, passionate about really helping the community. So yes, Nick is basically in the chat room, the options mentorship. It's Nick's room. He controls it. He's putting content there every day, picks on the morning, the game plan. He's also giving you trade ideas. He's also filtering out and giving feedback on member chat trades that can ultimately become actionable trades. On top of that, you have the weekend chat member sessions only. Like I said, that is an open forum. You can ask your questions regardless of what you think of the question. If you think, oh, I'm new and I'm a little bit shy, I'm going to tell you something. If you don't ask, you're not going to learn. If you're not going to learn, you're not going to get ahead. That's how it is. So get out, break that shell, and start asking questions. Get interactive. Everybody that's here in the chat room that's commenting, that I see the active members, I already know them, and I already know really how serious they are about the education, and I see the results in them, right? So it's hard for me to judge it just by that, but I can tell they're more involved and they really want to learn. And the best part is that it goes both ways. Nick loves to teach. You love to learn. You ever felt you met that perfect teacher? Like I love this teacher. That's the kind of feedback that Nick gets because he goes above and beyond. And I mean, you're seeing it here, grinding Wednesday, Thursday, like at 10:40 p.m. And we do this as many times as we can. But obviously Nick, Nick has a family, and he also has, to be there for the chat members. And, I mean his real family, not the Benzinga family, because it is his, he cares a lot for you guys. I'll say that.
So somebody mentioned SBC. I don't know what the question was, but this is a tight box they're in right now. Somebody who chased up here. What are you thinking? I mean, really, look at this. Everybody that was stuck up here, thank you, Lord, I'm out. Awkward silence.
Rodrigo, you're muted, bro.
I forget. I just keep going and I don't see that. But this is what I mean. This is the feedback that Nick gets on a daily, to the point where it's like, okay, Nick, let's focus on trades. Let's focus on the community. Everybody loves you. But this is pretty much the experience that I see almost every day in the chat.
I'm running on empty here.
Let's see. This is the comment from Space. Is this the one you were looking for?
I don't know. I just saw the ticker Space, so I went in there. I don't know what it says. A week. So go after the guy. I was long, then lost several points, then just away ball. Yeah, I didn't read the comment. I just saw the ticker, and I was curious as to what it did since the pop. So clearly disappointed. Somebody asked me, what would you do? I said, I'll get long. I wouldn't touch it until at least under 30. So I guess I should revisit it now. The last time I traded Space was selling puts around 10, and nobody wanted the stock at 10. Now suddenly they wanted it at 58, just because they did one tour, and they still have no sales. So I do like the company. I do like what they're trying to do. I'm all about space travel, and they're the only public company that's doing that. So yeah, if you believe in space travel, that was the stock to buy when it was 10 or 12, not 58.
Right. We see Abdu, just so you know, this is a special deal that we're doing until midnight, and we are for the first time doing massive discount on the monthlies. We were only doing that on the yearlies. That includes the laptop. So now we're giving you guys the perfect opportunity to get in on the monthly, to get everything except the laptop, but you know, you're getting everything that you would get otherwise. And that means you get the chat room, you get Nick, you get unusual options activity, you get the weekend chat member sessions only. Ultimately, you can upgrade in the next month if you want. You know, it's really just, if you do want to get your feet wet, if you do want to dip your toes into this and see if it's for you, you know, even regardless of the stage that you are in at trading, you will take something out of it. The community, the power of the community is so big that it's even hard to put into words, because it's just everybody helping each other out.
Cisco has a question. What am I adding to come up with the figure? I'm going to guess you're talking about the span on the Apple $2 thing. You add the price of the call and the put at the current price at the money, and that's basically the straddle. But you have to pay attention to pick the right time frame, right? So that doesn't hold a lot of water the further out you go, because it's too theoretical. There's too much time. Anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brian, I get it now.
Okay, we got Abdu here.
Okay, so Abdu is asking why Apple and Twitter fall after demolishing earnings. Because people are stupid. They have wrong expectations. And the question is, why did it rally to 150 out of the blue? I bought puts in Apple from vacation, and I shared it in the chat room. It paid right away. It was a huge win. And it was a funny little lottery ticket trade. I said, I don't get why it's rallying into 150, so I bought puts. I still am holding the puts. They're very green. I booked some, but I'm holding them. Yeah. I popped into the chat from I popped in from the pool, and I was like, oh, okay. So what the heck's going on with Apple? I looked at the charts like, this is BS. Puts, it is for me. And I bought the August 145, I think, put. And, today's low was like 142 and change. So that put is really green, and it has time on the clock.
That's what I'm talking about, really. When you start trading and you see Apple rallying before an earnings, and what do? Oh, let me buy calls way out of the money, and because Apple's going to go up forever. Then you have somebody with the actual experience, with the bruises and scars to show you really what it takes. Nick,
I physically do have a lot of scars, so I can show you the scars. With Apple, it has a tendency to run into earnings and fade, and this time it was perfect. It was classic, and I can't believe people fall for it again. Great company. I'm not ragging on the company. I mean, this financial, the report is just impressive. It's very impressive, but it's had its heyday. This CEO is the wrong guy. Get him out. They don't need him. He has no imagination, that guy. Imagine this company in the hands of Bezos. Whoo, dang. Or Benioff. This guy takes no risk. He's not even a good operator like they say he is. Everything they put out is late and short. They sell out of every widget, yet they can't get any widget out in time. So it's really bizarre.
Yeah, leadership is very important. That's why you need to do your due diligence with the right tools. Just buying things just because they're going up doesn't make any sense. Luck is not a strategy. I already back tested that for a couple times. Don't do it.
So Tom is asking, why did I pick that strike price and expiry? I can answer the expiry with confidence. I like time on my clock, like unlike the person in the chat room right here telling me that he bought this week's expiration. I like time. I pay up because I want time to be right. And the expiry 145 was not scientific. In fact, that's almost literally what I said in the chat room. I said you can buy the 150 put right here, 145 or 140. They will all be winners if I'm right. And I just picked the 145 because it was a good balance. The delta, I believe at the time, was about 0.35, and that was a good sweet spot for me. I believe it was a green day in the market, so the VIX was low, so the options were cheap. I wasn't chasing down.
So this is just a taste of what Nick will do for you literally in the chat room. As you can see, he's in the chat room as well. But, you know, this is mainly educational. But if you go to the chat room, it's like real life action. Real
this my goal tomorrow morning is to help this guy get out of his pickle. So he got himself into a big pickle, a big loss, 14,000 or so. So I'm going to try to, see you soon, Tom. I'm glad. And don't be shy about participating in the chat room. You don't ask. I mean, nobody's judging. This person here is sharing that he just lost 14 grand this week. So that's what we do in there. There's no judgment. We've all been there.
100%. This is a learning environment for those that want to learn, and also for those that want to make money.
Nola Trader, those results would have been with no CEO. The company is a rolling boulder. Its clients bring it up there, Nola. I respect the company's financials. I don't respect the CEOs. There hasn't been anything new coming out of it. And in fact, he buried it in debt. When he took it over, it had actually zero debt on the books. Zero. Now it has, I don't know, last time I looked, $110 billion in debt. I saw a headline today that its net cash is down to 70 billion. You remember when it was like, whatever, 180? So the company is on rails. CEO or no CEO, it would have delivered that. By the way, the 2 trillion appreciation happened in all the gigacaps because we have 7 trillion stimulus, and we've had the Fed pumping the economy since 2018 in December. So he's had help. He didn't do this all on his own. He took over a rolling boulder from Steve Jobs, and he just managed to keep it on track. That's why I think he's the wrong guy for it. And valuation went through the roof. Okay, they say that it switched sales mixes to being almost 50% from services, but it's still an iPhone company. Everything revolves around the iPhone. Take the iPhone out of Apple, the company will be slashed down to maybe 20% of itself.
Weren't they getting into EVs or something like that?
That was one rumor. So they may still. I thought they held hands with Hyundai or something. That was a day where it popped, but they never did. Maybe they will. He is invested in Didi, I believe. I remember them investing like $1 billion or $2 billion in Didi. Nola Trader, that sounds familiar. Where do I know him from?
Nola Trader.
It's familiar.
That's a Momo trader from Atlas. If it's who I think it is. Hey Nola. Wait, where is Nola? Where do you?
Nola's from New Orleans, baby. Is that it? New Orleans?
Are you the Nola that I know? Wait, where do you see it? Is it in the chat right now?
Yeah. He's like about 24 up, 25 up. He made a comment about it. 7:54 my time. So
7:54. If it's Nola, the big Demon Slayer fan, hey, what's up?
Nerd alert.
Yeah, nerd alert. Hey, whatever.
Demon Slayer. All right. Do you play Magic too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you have your special deck?
Yeah, I do. And you know what? Like
I knew it.
when I bought that deck, Nick, it was probably worth like $50. Now it's probably worth like $1,000.
Good for you. Okay, you're not the Nola. You're another Nola. Okay.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your defense of the CEO, but I think the company would have done just as well without the CEO. Maybe even better. We won't have that much debt.
Who dat, Brian? Absolutely, man. Representing New Orleans Saints here. But guys, do you guys have any questions for Nick? Anything that you guys want to ask him about your trades or whatever it is? Nick is here trying to, grind the education for you guys. So just want to make sure that his time is well spent doing that for you guys. Let us know if you got any questions.
Wait. Hold on. We gotta wait. New Orleans, This Is My World, and then I asked him 3 times. What are you missing there? This Is My World 222. You missing something? And I guess Nola. So nice to see you. I thought there's another. There's someone with a Twitter handle that's like Nola Trade or something like that. They're very active in the momentum trading community. Free 2-week trial. Where do I find that, kind sir? Just go to pro.benzinga.com. Very simple. Pro.benzinga.com. You can get a free 2-week trial. You do not get Nick. You don't do free trials with Nick.
Howard asking about leaps. Leaps is just a term for a very long-term option. I don't mind leaps at all. In fact, if you're a fundamental trader, leaps are a great way for you to establish your long-term investment in, say, beloved Apple, and without expending a lot of money up front. So you lock your price at a certain level, you spend a fraction of the amount of buying the shares, and then you're long. You own the right to buy the shares at that price for the long time that you own the leap. And in fact, you can sell calls against them shorter term. That's what they call, apparently, the poor man's covered call. I don't know why they call it a poor man's covered call, because it is a covered call.
So This Is My World. If you're having trouble, let us know. Reach out to Rodrigo. Reach out to someone at Benzinga, and we'll set up some time to work with you. No trader left behind. We refuse to let anyone fall behind. If there's something that you're doing that's wrong, or you're not getting what you need, we're going to fix that. We're gonna diagnose the problem, and then we're gonna fix it.
Tom, yes, I think there'll be something in it there for you. My videos are explicit to time frame, and it sounds like you and me like to trade the same way. I don't want to trade. I want to set 2 or 3 trades a year and call it a day. But I think you will have benefit from it. You will learn good skills to apply them for a lifetime. Is that me buzzing or somebody else?
No, I'm not sure.
No, it's not me.
Basically, yeah, these cats are quite a show, but the real show here is Nic Chahine, guys. Let's not get distracted. So ultimately, I know that a lot of you guys might be new. I do see a lot of familiar faces. So 2 things. I am very happy that you guys have taken the commitment to really take your options to the next level. Don't make the mistakes that I did. There's a reason why those mistakes were done in the past, so we don't repeat them. That's the benefit of the community, right? You don't want to repeat mistakes that are avoidable, especially the easy ones. Those are the most expensive ones. So what I would say is that, number one, take advantage that we dropped that 50% off for the monthlies, because that's only for midnight, legitimately. Like, that's just for midnight. So if you do send me an email or you call me, there is a possibility that I could extend it till tomorrow. But obviously, you know, you do have to send the email and reach out.
But you guys don't want to get stuck with full price. Don't
No,
be
you don't.
silly. Money back
So-
guarantee.
so-
Get it while it's hot.
So let me address Billy Big D's question. How do I play?
We don't.
How do you play pins with an expected move of 12% tomorrow? Billy, you must have missed the fact that it's a coin flip. So I'm not a gambler, so I don't. I usually wait for the earnings reaction, and then I will set a trade accordingly. But let's see what the historical moves on pins is, and we'll go from there. First of all, how does it usually react? So the actual reaction is bigger than the expected reaction. So I will not sell an iron condor in it because it looks like it reacts more violently than people expect. Therefore, it's definitely a guessing game for the Friday open, or for whenever it opens. I don't know when it reports. Tomorrow night. So Friday's open is a complete coin flip. If you're a good guesser, like as good as a guess of a coin flip, then you make your bet. How do you play it? I don't know. Flip a coin. Does it come up calls or puts? Make the decision and go with it, because there's no scientific telling. I can tell you that if it gets up to 82, I wouldn't buy it going into 82. I could buy it going above 82. This is a point of failure. But if it goes above it, then it becomes a trigger to get to here. Conversely, if it falls to 66 or 70 and lower, I will be buying the dip. So you make the call and trade the overnight action on a coin flip. Me, I'll wait for the move thereafter and make the trade with a little bit more information at hand. That's how I would trade the pins.
Okay. And that's usually what you get, right? I mean, let's say, and actually I did trade Pinterest, Nick, a long time ago. I was just trading the stock, but really me looking back at how I was trading 1 year, it's hard not to be hard on yourself, because you're like, wow, I didn't know all this stuff and I was out there risking my own money.
Yeah. So I you know, it's a guessing game. I'm going to guess they're going to do really well with reporting good numbers. Pinterest is an online platform and it's growing well. You can see these blue bars, that's doing well. So there's no knock against the numbers. So betting against it would be just betting against the expectations, like these people that have high expectations of the report. So like Apple delivered great numbers, like outstanding numbers, yet the stock doesn't do well. And this could be the same. I don't know. I don't know what they're expecting. I don't know what they'll forgive. I don't know what the company will say. Like, oh, we see some bad things going forward. We think the taper is going to affect us. We think that the Delta variant. In fact, the more virus, the more stimulus, and the more online stuff is going on. So this is probably good stuff. They might have good forward guidance. I wouldn't short it. If I was a guessing guy, I'd say it's going to pop, but that's a complete guess. I still would only play it after the fact.
So Nick, there's a very interesting. I heard your interview on the other show you had a couple of days ago here, where you were explaining your overall sentiment, and you pretty much gave your full opinion. And I loved hearing that. And everybody was going crazy because they love hearing you when you go all in about your thesis, your hypothesis, and your results, right?
Yeah, but yeah, was that the Tuesday moment? With
I believe it was a pre-market prep, and you were talking about the Delta variant and lockdowns, and that really was like, wow, nobody's talking about this. Nobody said, like, you know, it's interesting.
So it's there's a lot of fear, but I don't know. I don't want to get into the conversation that happened on that show because it was like emotional for some people. So it's like, but the thing that's driving the market right now is that we have a huge tailwind from the Fed and the White House. Well, now the Fed is officially done doing anything to inflate. In fact, they're doing stuff to deflate the economy behind the scenes. Like today, Powell said, oh, we have 2 new vehicles, 2 reverse repo vehicles, one here and one abroad. That's a quantitative tightening. They're siphoning money out of the economy. And so now they have a new window for overseas. So it's just crazy. And that's a way for them to lighten up their books. And he says, oh, it's nothing. Well, I did some homework. I don't think it's nothing. I mean, I could be wrong. Do your own homework. But I think they're actually taking trillions out of the economy in the back of the house. So they say in transient, today he defined transient. I was wrong. I thought transient meaning inflation is here temporarily. He said, no, that doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that it's going to revert. Like, wait, if it's not reverting, then it's not transient. I think what he meant by transient is that the acceleration is temporary, meaning it won't continue to accelerate at this pace. It's not that it's going to revert. He literally said that today. That floored me. So keep that in mind. He's going to be bullish until something breaks. That's what it tells me. They're not in control. They're hoping something happens where they don't have to make the decision. They're going to ignore everything. Delta variant, that's their new excuse. I'm saying this is all bullish stocks until something breaks. The market will force the Fed's hand. I have no doubt about it. They won't act. They're going to be forced to do something. So that's my thesis here. And it's not very popular because they believe that the Fed's got our back, and they do. But the assumption is that the Fed's in control.
Now, quick question: the TLT trade you make does your thesis confirm? Is there any confirmation with your trade on TLT?
No, because it goes hand in hand. So the TLT is basically the price of the actual bond, right? And when yields rise, when the Fed raises rates and yields rise, the Fed doesn't control yields of the bond. They control the overnight lending, but they usually drive the market by doing that. So when yields rise, this should fall, right? So it doesn't make sense that the Fed's going to raise rates. That's like the last thing they will do. First, they will taper. Now they're buying 120 billion a month. Now the taper means they'll buy 100, not 120. Then the taper second step will be that they'll buy 70 or 50 and down to zero. They stop buying. So the money will stop going into the bank's hands. And then they start quantitative tightening, which is selling bonds. So then they're choking money out of the economy. That is quantitative tightening, the anti-QE. And then the last step would be them raising rates. I don't think they can afford to raise rates until the end. So TLT has room to run because the rates are not going anywhere. And anybody that's going long the TNX, I think they're wrong, or the TBT. They move opposite the TLT. So I'm long the TLT. I'm staying long the TLT. I love this higher low trend. I love the fact that it's got a line to beat. So when they get there and when they beat that, it's going here and yields are going to crash. That's my opinion. And the stock market might freak out just because it's a big change, not because it's going to cause a problem. In fact, it's a good thing. But keep that in mind. This is tied to the whole market. Bond market, stock market, they fight each other all the time. They compete for bids. They're not always inversely related, but they compete for bids. So they can both rise and both fall at the same time. But during crashes, you see a spike in the bond, spike in the yen, spike in the VIX, spike in the dollar, and a drop in equities.
Right. And if you were listening to CNBC for all these 3 months, you would have been on the opposite side of the trade and you'd be losing for 3 months straight, right? Okay. Now, if you would have Benzinga Pro, you get real facts and you get Nic Chahine to break down the news, you'd be long TLT since we were long. It's been quite a while, Nick. Right?
Yeah, the actual trigger, the most recent one was right here. They came back and tested the floor and then came to here. That was a place where they should have failed. Look left. That was a place where they had a big, that's okay to fail there. It's great that it held a higher low trend, aggressive higher low trend. I didn't expect it. I thought they would come down to here. That was still okay. So hopefully tomorrow we'll see that eat into that giant candle. And maybe by Tuesday, they'll break out of here and go.
So just to clarify, guys, this is a trade that is based, well, Nick, you based this on data from like Federal Reserve related, right?
That was based on a thesis. Okay. Collected the data myself, listened to the headlines, read the White House, listened to Powell, looked at market. There's also something called TINA. You know what TINA is? It's an acronym for there is no alternative. I'm due. There's no alternative. Meaning, if you wanted to buy bonds, the United States is the only major central bank that a major government that offers you a reward for your bond. If you want to buy bonds in Europe, you will have to pay to lend the government money. How crazy is that? They'll say, thank you for your money. Can we have gas money to come pick it up, please? So that's crazy. Who would do that? So they're forced to buy the TLT. So bids for the TLT are coming from all over the world, because there is no alternative. If somebody wants 1.2% reward, they're going to have to buy U.S. bonds. That's the TLT bid. This is the 20-year. This is an ETF that represents a 20-year bond. So it will be bid. They will buy the dip in it. For a long time, they didn't. I was like, what the hell is going on? So I tried to catch the falling knife several times. Some worked, some didn't work. I got frustrated. And then finally, that was one breakout. It was like, this is it. And I booked it fast. And then another breakout right here, and I'm still long.
And this is what I'm talking about, Nick. Like, your trades, they come from different like thought tanks, right? So I mean, this particular trade, you're using your knowledge on international markets, on Federal Reserve meetings, expected outcomes of those meetings based on a lot of things, inflation rates. So your trades are not just, let's say, fundamental and technical, but you also pull from the whole ecosystem of trades, right? You use things that people usually shy away from, like, oh, I don't know what the Fed is going to do, so I'm going to be all out of the market, instead of taking this approach that you took and you banked on it, basically, and the chat members too.
Yep. So I think one of the last questions that I'm going to answer here tonight, I'm definitely running out of energy, is that James is asking, what about breadth, market breadth? So what he's talking about is having a handful of companies yank the indices. I complain about it all the time. The Nasdaq is no longer an index, in my opinion, starting to be like the Dow. If I show you a visual of it, actually, it might be a little wacky-do here because it comes from a higher resolution monitor. But I totally agree. So, but you know what, James, it doesn't matter, because there's this rotation thing that everybody likes to do. Today, it happened a couple of times where if they sell the Nasdaq, they go into these. Oof, that's too big. They go into the small cap. So I can't show you. So they go into the small caps, which is a basket of 2,000 stocks where there isn't one giant box controlling it. So I don't think it's an issue for now. It just shows that you can't short the markets because they're tag teaming bulls. You can be cautious with the market. You can't actively short the market because it's this high. They say, don't fight the Fed. Don't fight the tape. Don't short a dull market, even though this is not dull, but it's boring in the sense where they're buying the dips so fast. So you don't want to do all of that. You just want to be cautious. You want to trim and book fast. Awkward silence. That's because everybody's out of energy.
Rodrigo's muted again.
I'm always muted. I think, Neil, can you please stop muting me, Neil, please? All right.
But can't help it.
If you were a fighter, that would be your nickname, Rodrigo the Mute.
But I just really want to thank you, Nick, for all the hard work that you do, man. Like, we all know that you're grinding here every day, going out of your way to to help the subscribers, new and existing. Neil, for hooking it up here always. With the deals and everything, and the back end team that we have, for the WIM, Randy helping you out with the Why Is It Moving tool, Bert with the coding, Ross Fox as well, Jacob on support, Serena with helping with a lot of things on the back end, Harvey as well, Delaney. So I just want to give a shout out to all the people that make the dream come true and help you guys here. So that's all I got here, Nick. Any closing remarks? I know people love you and want to hear the last thing you got to say here. But if you're serious about your trading, get in a group. If not this one, find one that suits your style. I can guarantee you that this one will do its best to assimilate you and make you feel welcome. Trading alone sucks. I say that with confidence. You have more chances to make mistakes. You have fewer ideas. Those are facts. Jump in a group. You can have just a whole bunch more, a whole world open up. New skills. I've learned new skills
from people in the group. So can you. That's it.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Nick, for being here. I want to thank the subscribers as well for being here. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep doing this as well. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you guys the next time. Thanks for being here, guys.
All right. Talk to you later. Thank you for all the kind words, everyone. Bye.